Danful offers unparalleled, curated and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thanks so much for joining on this Saturday evening, hot evening here in Hot Atlanta. Hit the like button to make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Yeah, guys. Yeah, happy to see you all. Well, I can't really see you all, but I could feel you guys virtually. So again, hit the like. Shout out to my brother Fitzgerald Stevens. Shout out to him. Find ways to win, y'all. That's my brother. That is my brother, Fitzgerald Stevenson. We appreciate you, my brother. We appreciate you. Before we get started, guys, I need everybody. So if you guys don't know, I, for the most part, bootstrap everything. Rarely do I pass the collection plate because I have products and services. So therefore, I don't want to pass the collection plate. So with that being said, okay, with that being said, guys, give me a second. This is going to somewhat disconnect here. We might get like a slight pause here for about a 10-second delay. So give me 1 second. All right. In search of a Huru. I need everyone who is watching this. If you have not bought my documentary yet, please go and support the documentary. All right. I bootstrapped this. All right. It's streaming on my platform. All right. So I need you to go to I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. All right. I need you to go here. Documentary.searchforhuru.com, or you can just go to searchforhuru.com. And I need everyone who is watching this. I know Alan has bought the documentary. Fitzgerald has bought the documentary. If you have not bought the documentary, I need you to go drop $10.99 on the documentary. All right. That's what I need you guys to do. You set up your own account and you can stream it as much as you want. All right. Again, I bootstrap everything. All right, you guys. So to keep this thing going, I need you to buy something. All right, either book, documentary, come on a tour. That's what I need you to do. So I need you to go to documentary.searchforhuru.com or just go to searchforhuru.com, click on documentary and stream the documentary, guys. I will greatly appreciate it. I don't ask y'all for a lot, but that's what I need you guys to do. All right, everyone who is watching this, okay? Please go and do that. All right, not ask for much, but that's what I need you guys to do. I will greatly appreciate your guys' support. It really means a lot. But again, I need you to go and support and stream this documentary. This documentary is by far the best documentary when it comes to documenting someone's connection, a Black American's reconnection, and discovering his roots in Africa. You're not going to see a documentary like this. So if you're watching this, I need you to go to documentary.searchforwho.com. The link is right there, and buy the documentary because there's nothing out there like this. All right. All right. This is the #1 documentary when it comes to African and diaspora relations, guys. All right. So go and buy the documentary. All right. I would greatly appreciate that. Also, we're rolling to Nigeria in a couple weeks. Then we're going to Zanzibar in September, Kenya in September as well. Ghana and Ivory Coast in November, Sierra Leone in November, and Benin Republic in January for the Voodoo Festival. So if you're interested in joining, Diane, it's time. We'll get to that. We're gonna get to that here in a second. But I need everyone to go stream the documentary. Shout out to my brother Fitzgerald Stevens, who's always supporting me, who came to Senegal with me, who buys the shirts. Guys, the line is launching here soon, okay? Who buys the shirts, who supports my products. I've known Fitzgerald since 2007, so we're going on almost 20 years. Shout out to my brother Fitzgerald Stevens for the $4.99 holla. I appreciate you, and guys, make sure you go buy that documentary. All right. Without further ado, let's jump into today's topic. Are the tethers really trying to undermine FBA? And the simple answer is no. FBA sabotages FBA. Okay. The group of Black immigrants who are here in America are not. So he said Cynthia G. Is Cynthia G still around? I actually had Cynthia G on the show one time. I actually had Cynthia G as a guest one time. Is she still making content? I haven't heard from her. Cynthia G was hot back in the day. No, for real, Cynthia G still around? No, let me look Cynthia G up, see if she's still around. Oh yeah, Cynthia G still around. No, is that her, the original Cynthia G? Yeah, Cynthia G still around. Okay, shout out to Cynthia G, y'all. Hey, listen, we might not agree on everything, but you know what? She she's still going strong. She got married. Well, congratulations to Cynthia G. She didn't? Well, yeah, but she's still around. So shout out to Cynthia G. Shout out to Cynthia G. But yeah, but the simple answer is no. The simple answer is no. All right. No, Black immigrants are not undermining FBA. All right. If FBA, I'm Black American, I'm African American. I don't identify as FBA or ADOS. Reason why I don't identify as FBA, even though at one time I would tell people by definition I would be considered FBA. The reason why I walked that back is now FBA is turning. In fact, that's going to be a show for probably tomorrow. FBA is turning into an ALBO movement. Again, FBA is turning into an ALBO movement. So that's why I don't label myself as FBA because I'm not an ALBO. All right. I am a descendant of enslaved Africans that came from Africa. All right. My ancestors wasn't already here. You know, I'm not questioning where the slave ships are. I'm not questioning that Harriet Tubman was a Native American. So no, I am not FBA. All right, because I'm not an albo. Because it's starting to shift that way. Their disdain for Black immigrants, for Africans, is so much that now they're just starting to reject any type of association with Africa, including the roots and slavery. They come on the show. They come on the show all the time. But no, if we are as powerful as we claim to be, if we are as powerful, as influential as we claim to be, if we are the leaders, okay, are the most influential when it comes to the Black race, immigrants, Black immigrants, if we are who we say we are, Black immigrants don't have enough power to stop anything that we want to do if we truly wanted to do it. So a question that I really have is, what do you claim? Okay, when you say the tethers, you know, that's when you say tethers are trying to undermine FBA. What exactly are they trying to undermine? That's the question. What exactly are they trying to undermine? Can we get some specifics? Hey, shout out to you, man. Hey, hey, I appreciate the support. Okay, there's 87 of you guys in here. All right, we're gonna treat this kind of like United Negro College Fund. I need everyone who is watching this. Again, guys, I've been bootstrapping this. I've been going live. I've been doing this since 2000 and we're going live consistently since like 2016. All right. That's 10 years in the game. All right. I don't do the GoFundMe's. I don't do any of that. I put my own money up. I put out products and services, and then I need you guys to support. Summer, I do read your super chat. Stop it. Summer, you lying. I do read your super chats. I read everybody's super chat. Shout out to Elvis. I know Elvis. Elvis support. Shout out to Elvis. In fact, let's give Elvis a round of applause. And guys, what makes this platform so beautiful? Like, I don't have an ego. Like, we could disagree, and you can still come on as long as you know. If you're disrespectful, you'll get a warning. You know, don't be disrespectful. You know, I understand that tempers get heated. People get upset. People get heated. But don't be disrespectful. But yes, Elvis has bought 3 copies, and Elvis super chats. Elvis contributes, and I appreciate Elvis. So let's give Elvis. Hold on, where's my sound effects at? Here we go. Let's give him another one. But yes, everyone who is watching this, okay, and I'm gonna keep beating the drum. I need you to go to documentary.searchforahuru.com. All right. Link is on the chat room. Link is in the chat room and it's on the screen. I need you to go to documentary.searchforahuru.com, and I need you to stream my documentary, you guys. Okay. I need you. Here we go. Oh man, here we go. I need you to go and stream the documentary. I'm humbly asking everybody who is watching this, if you have not bought my documentary, go and stream the documentary and go and watch it with your family and friends, okay? Have a movie night. Call your friends and family over. Again, call your friends and family over. Have a movie night. But yes, go and stream. Everyone who's watching this, stream the documentary. Okay, let's get back to the show. Here we go. Fitzgerald Stevens. Dynasty Mirror suspect. Tether. Tether. Albert Hollis is straight up FBA. Okay, y'all. So listen. So if you guys don't know, all right, I legally changed my name. So when Fitzgerald met me, I was Albert Horton Hollis II. I didn't. I'm sorry. All right. So El Uro. So what you got to do? You got to send another super chat so I can read it. I'm sorry if I didn't read the last one. I apologize. So you guys send one tonight, and I'll read it. And you got to go buy the documentary. Okay. Shout out to Miss Ruby. Hey y'all, let's give Miss Ruby a round of applause because Miss Ruby. Hey, I want to say Miss Ruby was around with me and Fitzgerald's Carrot Bar days. Shout out to Didi Mindy Dimples. Didi's bought books. She supported. Hey, sent me flowers for my birthday. Not birthday, but birthday. Again, not birthday, but birthday. So shout out to her. Just purchase the doc. Man, I appreciate you. Y'all, I need everybody who's watching this to purchase the doc. Now, this ain't gonna listen, we're not gonna do this like the United Negro College Fund. Like people, yes, Summer. I will moderate properly today. Okay. I don't have nowhere to go. I don't have to pick up my son, because usually what happens, I have to step away. So during the week when I have my son, I'm on daddy duty. So I'm doing this and I'm on daddy duty. Right? So sometimes I gotta go pick him up from track practice. Then I gotta cook him dinner. And while I'm gone, y'all be acting up. So I apologize. But let me get back to Miss Ruby. Miss Ruby has been around for a minute now. When me and Fitzgerald was doing carrot bars. So shout out to Miss Ruby. I knew Dynus was a tether. He too African looking. What does that mean? Oh Lord, here we go. But anyways, guys, no. Yeah, we want to too, Miss Ruby, and we want to too. Trust me. I mean, it was a learning experience. The biggest takeaway from that, Miss Ruby, and that's why I don't do multi-level marketing anymore or anything like that, is you got to just bet on yourself, Miss Ruby. El Uro, read this super chat. Thank you for the $5 holla. I read it. But yeah, Miss Ruby, the biggest takeaway was you got to bet on yourself. You got to bet on yourself. That was my biggest takeaway. Because if you don't control it, you don't own it, they could just take it away from you, whenever. At least with this, I mean, this is mine. Like, I control this. I run this. This is my creation. This is Dynast Amir's, right? This In Search of a Who documentary that I need everybody who's watching this. I need you to buy and stream this tonight. But no, there is no sabotage. There's no undermining. But the question is, and I'll put the link in the chat room. All right, if you think tethers are undermining FBA, please be specific on what that looks like. Okay. No, the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, is not predominantly Black immigrants. That was already debunked, because that's one of the examples that's been given in the past. Well, they run the CBC. No, they don't. The CBC is predominantly what you guys consider FBA, right? So I would like to know, in fact, Raymond Shepard, you are more than welcome to call in. You are more than welcome to call in and give me an example of how the tethers are undermining FBA. All right, you're more than welcome to call in and give me some examples. And thank you, Teddy, on politics. FBA pimps FBA for money. Exactly. The majority of issues that FBA complains about is self-inflicted. All right, go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Dinis. And yeah, thank you to the hello to you in the chat. Look, I wanted to say this, right? And I think this is a smear that's been kind of going on for a while. And I think you called it out, but I'm going to bring it up again today. I think one of the most egregious claims that FBA makes against Africans, African immigrants, is that we get into politics to undermine them, and that the Congressional Black Caucus is ran by a bunch of Caribbeans and Africans, and they're in the Congress working actively against African Americans or FBAs. And I think that's absurd. And it's just not true because Dinus, it's like 80% of the Congressional Black Caucus is African Americans. And Africans don't come and look to actively work against the interests of black people because the white racists see black, across. They don't think that the Africans is better or the black American is better. They're going to be racist based on the color of your skin. But the one thing that they harp on is, reparations. People who go to Congress are not illogical, irrational people. These are people who use logic, they rationalize, they realize certain things are, not feasible. But you expect them to go there and ask for reparations for you when governors and other people have said that it's probably not going to happen. So I don't really understand their claim, but I think I heard Pastor Bro said something to that regards and others. Maybe they can come up to there and really articulate that point that Africans are actively working against them because I don't see it. And we barely get into politics, to really dominate the space, to have the influence that they think we have as immigrants. But I'll pass the mic. I want to hear others.
All right, go ahead, Africa.
Yeah, greetings, brother Dynas. Great work, brother Elvis. Greetings to you as well. Yeah, and the chats. Please like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, I agree that Africans in general, I wouldn't say 100% don't come here to undermine, African Americans. In fact, majority of Africans that come to the West, these are people who just come to better their life and send money back home, for their loved ones. And if anything, they're more likely to be to vote. For example, the left wing parties like the Republicans or the Labour Party in the UK. I will speak for my neck of the woods, in England, UK, where majority of the Africans that come here, they varied. We have obviously we have Caribbeans who you would class as what you call more settled black, okay, and then we have the African migrant who came in after. But there are different mindsets. The Afro Caribbeans who live in the UK got different mindset to the Africans who migrated here after all, and that's kind of similar to the Black Americans and the Africans who migrated, and their mindset is different. And the thing is, those Africans that came here, after the African Caribbean, their children who are born here, they are going to be like the Afro Caribbeans also, but they don't realize that, and it's something that they should realize and start catching up on before it's too late. Um, right, I think there's some kind of level of yes, I think there's some aspect where some Africans that come here, it's not. I don't think they deliberately undermine it, but they don't understand the historical context of the people that they met in this country, what they've been through. Like the Afro Caribbeans or the Jamaicans, they've been through transatlantic slave trade. They was asked to come to the UK during the Windrush, and they faced like extreme, upfront type of racism, and the way they manage to build their platforms and their political uprising, how they manage to do it, the Africans who came in later on don't understand that. Okay, and I think this is where the conflict is in general. And I think over the years, the Africans who came here late earlier after the Windrush, they tend to understand the Caribbeans now. However, there's some aspect of that also that's not good for the total cohesion for the blacks. Like we have the Nigerian lady who is the leader of the opposition, who is 100% undermining the hard work of the Afro-Caribbeans. So I disagree a little bit with you, Dan, and say that some Africans are not undermining. I think politically they might be doing this. I think it's not because they're trying to undermine the entire African Americans or the Black Caribbean, but I think it's for a selfish reason. Some of these people that will come from Africa, they come here to be a good MP or politician. They will, they'll be more there for their tribe. They're trying to help their tribe in Africa than helping their country or the entire black race. If it's African American or Afro Caribbean, they're here to help the entire African race. So there are two different aspects. I'll give you a good example of that. We have Kemi Badenoch, who is a Nigerian. She is representing her ethnic group. She haven't hide that. She said it clearly. She don't care about Nigeria. She focused on that. And we have an MP who is from Sierra Leone called Miata Fambule. Now, Elvis, you're Liberian. You probably our names might sound alarm bell to you, Fambule, right? Elvis?
Yeah.
Miata Fambule, she's half Sierra Leonean and half Liberian. She's a very, very prominent.
Let me give you an update on that. Miata Fambule is the daughter of Henry Boyma Fambule, who is a prominent Liberian. So we know who she is.
Thank you. I met her a few times in London. She's the MP for Speckham in London. Okay, and so we was behind our the campaign for her to become elected. Okay, and I know people behind the door because during the COVID time, that's when she was trying to run to become a member of parliament in that area of Southwark. So she succeeded, okay? But her mindset, being a Liberian and a Sierra Leonean, understanding the history and the context of the transatlantic slavery and, the history of the Afro-Caribbeans, her mindset is totally different to the woman that's called Kemi Badenoch, who is a Nigerian, who was born here but grew up in Nigeria. You understand? So sometimes, there's a culture clash, and I think between the African Americans and the Africans is the culture clash, and this is what I mentioned about identity politics is very toxic. So I think that's what we do. This is an aspect we need to talk about much more than anything else, and African Americans need to realize. Yes, we understand the pain of the transatlantic slavery that was caused by them, by the Europeans, and also triggered by the native Africans who sold them. It was totally wrong from both sides. But if you have to choose which side to align on, they both know where their interest lies. And I'm sure Dinos, that's the reason, that's the take that Dinos choose, rightly so, when he decided to go to Africa and, reconnect to his ancestors who are the Mende and the Yoruba people. I mean, he came from great people. So, these are things that it's education, it's enlightenment. Sometimes we need to be very progressive. We need to preach unity and peace. That's the only way we can move forward in this conversation. I'll pass the mic for now. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Babaliko.
Yeah, Africa and Elvis make some great points. I just want to keep it short. FBA has did a great disservice to themselves. The great disservice they did to themselves is as soon as they say FBAs, they should have tried to get with the Afro-Caribbeans and the Africans and see how we could build together. The problem with them, and I'm not going to sugarcoat anything here, the problem with the FBAs is division. They have this division mindset, and that is not good. And a lot of the problems now is going on with the FBAs is they don't know what it's because of confusion going on with who is American and who is native, and it's a confusion. And I don't deal with stuff with confusion. I run away from it. I have a company that I work with Africans, Americans, and Caribbeans, and we all work together very well. We laugh, we make jokes around another, but at the end of the day, We all cool with each other. So but we come together and we make great business and we make great money. So that's what the thing is. We have to understand we have enemies, and it's not the Africans and it's not the Caribbeans. Black Americans need to understand that. Yes, it might have. I hear Embers be talking a lot. Yes, you might go see a couple of Africans, might ting you, a couple of Caribbean, but that is not majority of us. Majority of us do want to work with the Africans. Majority of Caribbeans do want to work with Black Americans and Africans. So that's not true. We got to get this. When the white man works, he don't care about if he don't like you or not. If you can make him money, he is happy. And that's what we got to understand. Let's come together. We don't have to like each other, but we can come together and pull all resources together and make money together. And that's the most important thing. The kind of division nonsense that's going on, that's going to mess us up in the long run. I'm telling you. So we got to come together. Just like, sorry to hear the brother there. It hurt my heart because I have a 17-year-old son, and he have a lot of white friends, but I try not to let him go out with them too much, and I try to keep tabs on his phone because you see what happened to the brother. He ended up missing, and now nobody knows. And then it's his best friends. But he's the only one who drowned. So what I'm saying is we have enemies that is not our own people. And we got to stop this. Every time an FBA guy come on here, is something negative or division. And it's stupid. It's just ridiculous. It's about making money, seeing how we work together. Okay? When Africa, Elvis, everybody get up in the morning, show everybody got a company or whatever, a job they got to go to. You don't like everybody on that job, but you know what? This is what I got to do to feed my family. This is what I got to do to make money and to do what I got to do. And that's what we got to understand. Making money together and building together. That's it. And I close out right there.
Now, let me read the super chat. Summer None, Other Baddie, thank you for $2 holla. Africans, who y'all got? Usman or Duplessis? Are they fighting again?
But it's Usman always, but he's been losing a lot.
Yeah, but I'm saying, are they fighting again? Or did they fight? I thought they fought already. He fought easy, didn't he? Duplessis. I don't know. But go ahead, CD.
I don't know, but he's fighting again anyway, Dennis.
So they're fighting tonight?
I think so. I think it's tonight.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, CD.
Yeah, how's everybody? Yeah. So
Good.
So this has nothing to do with African or money, African Americans or respect. It's not anything, but it's just a jealousy. They don't want to face real competition from other Black people. They've seen Black Africans in the Caribbean. Success level is going so hard, and buying African American FBA businesses from them, and they get intimidated by our success. That's where the jealousy is from, because you don't even know which way to hold on to. I mean, these are a group of Africans that came into the country. You are calling them African booty scratcher, they're the African, the stupid, and now you see them excelling, doing very well in terms of business or in terms of in a professional environment. So it's nothing about jealousy, right? You don't know which way to hold on to. Are they fighting for respect? Are they fighting for we taking over their job? You don't even know which direction are they fighting for, or we don't know their history. So it's all come down to achievement of Africans and the Caribbeans that came in this country, right? They see our success level have gone so hard that comes with a lot of jealousy, and we can't control that, right? This is not going to be any peace, and it's going to get worse, right? And people that fight Africans into that level, especially the FBA, you find most of them at the bottom line, down the bottom, right? The successful African Americans not care about FBA. They don't even know who they are. But there are very few people on the internet exploiting them to get the views, to create some sort of rivalry, which of it doesn't exist. Right? So it's all about African success level going so hard. And someone like that is, you know, exposing African Americans to Africa, that whole jealousy, it comes with a lot of package. And we can break down that package and solve the problem. Right? Saying that we should come together, we should come together. Once you see, it's always it can be in the African family too. Once you see your cousin, sometimes it's your cousin and see you excelling to a certain level, it comes with jealousy. So this guy to who he is, he's getting proud now, you know. But all come with what? Nothing else, jealousy. Otherwise, FBAs, like African Americans, they have a lot of things to fight for. Right. I have a friend of mine, he's a medical doctor at Harlem Hospital. So at the gym, I was asking, I said, hey, dude, I don't even hear about HIV anymore. What's going on? Then he said, well, it's a black people sickness now. No white people getting it. That's why I know there are no more commercials about it. Either women or black people. Yeah, they want almost 45,000 black people getting HIV every year. Why they can't fight for those type of issues? Right? And now they have come up with drugs. You got Ozempic. Who is advertising those drugs? Is it Charles Barkley? Is it Serena Williams? Is it Oprah? You never see white person, you know, making commercial of those type of drugs. And a few years from now, it's going to start destroying black people when the black people taking those medications. So they have a lot of social problems that they have to fight to fix. Then coming after Africans, right? It's nothing about what they don't know our history, or most of them don't even know their own history. They don't know our history, or they don't respect us, or they're taking over our job. It's just like the African Americans that have the resources that go with people like Danis to go and invest in Africa. That come up for jealousy too, because they don't have the means to do it. So they come with all these negativities, come on social media, exploiting the other poor black people to say, well, Africans are fighting us to make feedbacks online, create some sort of rivalry, which of course it doesn't exist. And nobody can solve this problem. We're wasting our time, or we should come together, we should make peace, we do that. No. All African Americans need to do is to step on their toe to fight to reach to the level where Africans are. You know, the jealousy comes with different level. It's same thing going on in South Africa right now. South Africans are jealous.
You gonna let this dude
Africans
keep? You gonna
the
let him
same
just
way.
babble on and on?
So
yeah. CD 30 seconds. You
yeah,
held it.
so it's all about jealousy. South Africans say, oh, Africans or Nigerians coming to take our jobs because they see the level of Nigerians' achievement. Same thing with Africans here. They see our level of achievement. That comes with a lot of jealousy.
We got to
So
work together, CD.
it's
We got to work
nothing else.
together.
Okay,
So,
all right. Let
I'll
me
learn for now.
pass the mic. Go ahead, D Toto Kisser.
First things first, man. Shout out to your platform. Happy Saturday. You get what I'm saying? Keep doing what you're doing, my brother. I wanna say this on piggyback off CD. That the point of that he just said that African Americans are jealous. How can African Americans be jealous of 1% of the population? You get what I'm saying? How can African American be jealous of 1% of the population? They got people in hiding, worrying about getting deported. You get what I'm saying? That sit up there and kiss white people's asses. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. Black Americans do the same thing too, but nobody kiss goddamn white people ass more than African immigrants. You get what I'm saying? Like they go to jobs and separate themselves. They make sure they let massa know that they differ from the rest. So how can they be jealous? Now, one thing I will agree with you with is that Black Americans is their own fault. You get what I'm saying? They're in a glass case of dysfunction. African immigrants ain't making black people, shoot and kill each other on Juneteenth. African immigrants ain't making black people kill each other in Chicago. African immigrants ain't making black people look for the ops. Diners, I had a cookout at my house. You know what I'm saying? And some of my close cousins' kids came over there, and they was over there talking about the ops. You get what I'm saying? And I had this conversation. I said, so who is the ops?
So D Toto Kisser, they come to your house. So if it were me, D Toto Kisser, I'm coming over. I want some potato salad, ribs,
right?
Barbecue chicken, baked beans,
right?
I don't drink autumn soda, so I'm gonna drink some water or some lemonade, and I'm gonna enjoy.
Somebody got a little small bowl of chitlins. Keep going.
Yeah,
You know,
so you saying they came over and they couldn't enjoy their food because they was worried about the ops.
but this is how black Americans talk. And then I just have a conversation with them, I'm like, who are the ops? But then you only see each other as the ops. You don't even see, let me tell you something. They don't even see African immigrants as the ops. They only see other black Americans who got nice phones and nice internet, Wi-Fi, so they can get online and they can stalk each other on some homoerotic thug shit. That's what it looks like, Dinus. It looked like some homoerotic thug dudes that dancing and twerking with guns and, you know what I'm saying, had their pants to their ass and throwing gang signs up around their asshole and stuff, man. You get what I'm saying? Like, that black American dysfunction is a part of black American just being dysfunction. So you can't even pay attention. We don't even pay attention to the African immigrants. They're insignificant. They're insignificant to everybody. The problem is that the same white people that black people drive 80 miles an hour in traffic trying to get to work, that same white man has now turned his back on the African immigrants. You get what I'm saying? Or the Haitian immigrants with the TPS and all this other stuff. So now the thing that black Americans have over everybody else, we can't get deported. So we're just like uppity roaches, just swimming in the circle. We ain't got no power. We got numbers, and we always talk about this 3 trillion. Boy, shut your slow ass up, because you wanted to slow it.
All right, y'all. Come on, too early.
I swear, bro, you wanted. You're not gonna say anything bad about him. What I'm saying is that some people so FBA that they start sounding retarded. If you keep your FBA at about 40%. I ain't talking about him, Diners. I'm talking about all of the FBAs. If you keep your FBA at about 40%, you'll be okay. But as soon as you start talking about you got your fingers in Turtle Island butt and all this stuff, and we used to got done trade moccasins with the Indians, and we was here, and you know what I'm saying, before 1849, it was $12.69 and $4.59. If you buy a taco, it's really a burrito. And we came up, we made the Mexicans and we made everybody, and white people came for us. You just keep that about 40%, you'll be okay. But the problem is that out of all the power, spending power that black people claim we have, they don't even understand. We don't understand that when we talk about spending power, we're talking about ourselves as consumers. We're not talking about power of building anything. Like, this is the thing that you hear them talk about it all the time. We got 3 trillion spending power. You ain't spending that 3 trillion with diners. He's spending that 3 trillion with other black people. You're taking that same hard-earned sweat equity and you go give it to the same white people, Latino people that you know that don't care about you. Now, we go to everybody restaurants. How many times you seen a Mexican in a soul food restaurant, diners, buying one of them?
Hold on. Toto Kisser, hold on. Have you been to California? Have you been to LA?
Well, LA is different because LA is the majority. LA people got their own soul food. Mexicans making soul food out there. I've been out there.
The Toto Kisser, they're now owning the soul food restaurant.
The best chitlins I had in life was in California. Best chitlins I ever had was at a Mexican. No, change that. It was a Chinese place. The best fried chicken I ever had was in New Orleans. It was a Chinese dude in there cooking it. But the thing about it is that we want to support black restaurants, but black people want to charge you for 2 wings and a biscuit. They want to charge you $365,000. You get what I'm saying? And they want you to pay a tip, and you got to pay for parking. You know what I'm saying? For some ambiance. So black people overprice each other. That's the one thing about Latinos and every other group of people. They keep their prices low for their people to keep supporting them. You get what I'm saying? Latinos can go to a Latino restaurant for 7 days in a row and only spend $70. You'll go to, Hungry, I ain't cursing out, hungry as fuck in Atlanta. You buy 2 plates, you spending $40 to $50. You can't afford to keep doing black people business, man. And I pass the mic.
All right, real quick, guys. With that being said, I need everybody who's watching this, okay? All right, so this is the United Negro College Fund, all right? I need everybody who is watching this. If you have not streamed my documentary, All right. Please use some of that $3 trillion spending power. All right. And stream my documentary. I need everybody who is watching this, go to documentary.searchforahuru.com or just go to searchforahuru.com. I'm going to put the link in the chat room, put the link on the screen, and stream my documentary. Okay. Make it a movie night. All right. Search for Uhuru and chill. Okay. So I need you to go to documentary.searchforahuru.com or just go to searchforahuru.com, click on documentary, and please, there's 184 of you guys in this chat. Please watch, stream my documentary. I bootstrap this. You know, I don't do the GoFundMe's and all that. You know, I have products and services. I need you guys to support and buy the products and services. So go to documentary.searchforahuru and stream the documentary. Please, I greatly appreciate it. Who is next? Major Bindu, go ahead.
Hello, chat. How's everybody doing today? Hit like and subscribe, and we're going to support you, Brother Dynast. You're right. At least if we can have 10% of your subscribers, that's almost 20,000. That'll make a big difference, my brother. So much love for everybody. But anyway,
Bindu, I need you to lead the way. Have you got the documentary?
I'm going to do it.
Okay.
Okay. In regards to the topic, Tethers, I feel the last brother who talked, I really agree with him to an extent. But also, we as Africans, we need to also be open and be open to able to just educate our FBA brothers and just let them be able to understand. If they don't understand the culture, how would they understand? How would they know? So it's just, and you got to look who's really controlling the strings. The strings are the white man is the one who's controlling the strings. This is their vision already anyway. This is what the plan is all about. Imagine us being together as Black people, both diasporans, all together as one. We'll be so powerful. We'll be able to control our narratives. Like, for instance, when Dynast was talking in regards to his documentary right now, this wouldn't be an issue. He'll probably be streaming. He probably with his streaming, he will have able to make a lot of money, especially with this tourist that he's doing, with tourist business that he's doing. We'll be able to support him. Also, in regards to us as Africans, I just feel like we should have an open mind, because look at what is happening in South Africa, for instance, right now. With the xenophobic situation, the people who are really controlling the streams are the white folks. It's not the Black folks. And I just feel like we need to learn from each other. With this kind of dialogue is very helpful. Be able to understand each other, be able to know, come with a different respect for each other. That's what I want to say.
All right, go ahead, Em.
Thank you, sir.
Oh my God.
I want to respond to some things I heard from CD and also Pookie, whatever his name is. But forget that. I'm going to just go to the topic. As far as Africans and FBA, and are they undermining us? If you look at the statistics, right, and you look at the history prior to the Civil Rights Movement, there was no Africans coming here getting any businesses, any jobs. Like they probably come here on a student visa, and then they'll leave because there was no way for them to stay here until they made the Immigration Reform Act, so Africans and other non-white people could come in mass. And also because they're Black, they get the benefit from all of the affirmative action and the minority benefits. So why would we say we jealous? CD kept using the word jealous sporadically, at least 10 times. We jealous of them. We jealous of what they did. Why would we be jealous of somebody who's benefiting off of something that our people actually fought and died for And then we actually allowed you to benefit from that. We could have just said the Civil Rights Act is only for black people. If we did that, what would you have in America? Like, you wouldn't be in our colleges, you wouldn't have businesses, you wouldn't be getting those scholarships. You are literally getting everything that we supposed to have. And you're getting it to a point where you have this arrogance and you just boasting like that as if you the one fought for it. CD say, if black Americans should die, fight. How much fighting are we supposed to do? We done already fought for the resources. Won't you do some fighting, or won't you do some sacrificing and allow more black people to get some of these scholarships, some of these resources, instead of hogging it? Because if you look at it, Africa has a population of nearly 1 billion people. You estimate it to the nearest 100 million, it's 1 billion people, right? India has a 1.5, basically 1.5 billion. China has about 1.5 billion. 4 billion people, that's just 3 countries, are coming to America going for the small minority benefits. So what black Americans have to do, because when they exhaust all the resources, the minority resources, which is so small, we have to go and compete with white people. The African, the East Indian, and the Chinese should compete with white people for resources. And if they did that, then, you know, you could boast and say, well, look what I have done. But as long as you're over here benefiting off all these minority benefits, even CD, he actually talked about how he joined the Black Accountants, Black Society for Accountants. Why didn't you join the African Society for Accountants when you got your first big job? And now look, you have nothing but disdain for the people that helped you. And we don't even know how you even got to college, got into college. And then we're not talking about, you talking about we jealous of you. Isn't that the narrative that you had in your homeland of Liberia? You was jealous of the black colonizers and you went and took them out and stole all the resources from them. So now you over there projecting your own insecurities. What y'all did over there. How are we jealous of you and we allow you to come to our school? We taught your world leaders, your greatest leader, Kwame Nkrumah, was educated by the black Americans who led to the liberation of Africa and the end of colonialism. Why can't you just say, y'all are great people, you help us, and we are taking too much of the benefits, we are overstaying our welcome, and maybe we should slow down and just, but you're not gonna do that. You're gonna pretend and deceive yourself about how great and how much you accomplished. Accomplish this without using anything of Black America. And then I might have some respect for you. And then and then as far as Dynas, I wanna touch on this. I purchased all of your books. Really, I didn't purchase all of your books. I have Amazon Prime, so I got a lot of them for free. But I purchased your documentary.
Thank you.
But in marketing, when you target a particular demographic, you don't really target Black Americans. Like, I've been coming to this channel for years, and I used to always sit back and listen, and it used to be always like a bunch of immigrants denigrating Black people. So I think a lot of Black Americans might be kind of, I ain't gonna say turned off, but they don't really, it's like, this is like an echo chamber of self-loathing. The Black Pan-African, every time they talk, is self-loathing, disrespect, denigration against Black Americans. It should be more like, if you're gonna be disrespectful against Black Americans, have the same smoke for the Africans too. Like, you talking about what we Pookie Ray Ray talking about in Juneteenth, we went over there and started doing shootouts. What about South Africa and all the killings going on in Africa? What about when the white man in Georgia went and started shooting at a Black cookout? Like, you only focus on negative.
We talk about xenophobia in South Africa. I think he called in.
But I'm talking about
those too.
What I'm saying is, when the guy just spoke, he only talked about what Black people doing as far as Black on Black crime on Juneteenth. But it was a white dude that came back with his wife blasting at a Black cookout, I think in Georgia, where the coon actually live. Why didn't you mention that? You only look at the small, low-hanging fruit of Black people, and that's all you talk about.
How many people died?
The guy he shot some people. Why didn't you mention it though? You a coon, man. You just a self-loathing people. You talk about somebody slow. You from Georgia, coon. Why didn't you mention that white man that shot up that Black cookout? What does it matter? What is it? The Black boy that got the Black boy went on a trip with some white people, got killed, found dead. You didn't mention that either. You only mentioned things negative to Black people.
What they got to do? What they got to do with anything?
You just a coon, man. That's all you are. But I'm just gonna talk about Dynas.
I'm telling you,
what I'm saying is Dynas.
The
Coon, you said black people do
that was
shootouts
supposed to
and
be
attacking
about
people.
black people. That was supposed
The
to be
white
about
man
black
came
people
and
getting
shot up a
released
black
from
cookout.
slavery. Black people was out there
Coon.
killing each other.
Listen, Coon.
That ain't.
Coon.
So so if I'm a coon for talking
you from
about it,
Georgia,
one of the
Coon.
people that's
Coon.
killing black people. Killing
Listen,
black
Coon.
people in Chicago at the
Coon.
Juneteenth, and the one in Texas, the one in Atlanta.
Are you
One of those people.
the same echo chamber rhetoric, talking points, Coon? But you ignored that white man that shot up that black cookout in Georgia, Coon.
Go ahead, bro.
You have no credibility because you a coon, man. But I'm saying, Dinus, I think you should probably target black people more with your documentary. Probably go on some shows. I wouldn't necessarily say go to be more like partial. I wouldn't say you should change your partiality, but I think you probably should target the FBA people because Africans, they probably money so weak compared to the dollar. They probably can't afford your documentary.
Oh my God.
1,300 Naira to $1. They can't
How about
afford
you
it.
start up a channel and do all that?
Coon, I already brought his books.
So much, though, how about you start up a channel and do it?
Coon, I brought his books already. Coon, what you talking about?
Dinus, you're a prolific writer, man. You got a lot of books, and shout out to your shared.
He got children's books. He got the book with the Dogon philosophy. Cool, y'all don't buy nothing. Y'all just talking. Y'all don't put y'all money up.
Dinus, or you had a ghostwriter, Dinus?
No, right.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
And that's not true.
Thank you for letting me talk though.
I support Danis. That's not true. And we say positive things here about black Americans. Stop it. That's not true, M. Come on now.
You don't have to say that.
The coon from Georgia called the roaches.
No, don't call me Georgia.
Dennis, can I respond
All right,
to this guy?
we got to pass the mic. Let me pass it to
But
Miss
when I
Sisters.
respond to him, he mentioned.
No. I got to pass it to Miss Sisters. Go ahead, Miss Sisters. Maya Sisters, please unmute yourself. Maya.
Let me.
Miss Sisters.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I've just been listening to everyone. As I shared before, and I don't know if any of you all heard it, one of the reasons why I joined this particular panel is because I really wanted to learn about the African immigrant experience, because when I was growing up as a child, there were no Caribbean or African immigrants in my neighborhood. Maybe a couple, but there was just not a sizable number of people. And I live in the Midwest, and there are no Little Haitis or any of those ethnic enclaves. So I'm coming from a position where I just don't know. I just have not had a lot of personal interaction with Black immigrants. So I used the internet as an opportunity to try and understand your story. At this point, all I can say is I just do not think that people who want to identify as foundational Black Americans and Black immigrants, there appears to be a strong ideological, that's what it is, difference. Similar to the abortion issue when during the 1990s when I was growing up. You can't have an argument with someone and change their mind if they're pro-life. That is just something that you will just have to agree to disagree on. And I'm just getting to the point. I'm not fully there yet, but I'm just to the point where I just think that we cannot bridge that gap between FBA and Black immigrants. And perhaps the best thing to do is for FBA to delineate and they pursue their own political agenda. And it doesn't mean that there is hatred. it doesn't mean that there's hatred for Black immigrants. It's just that we can't agree on anything. And there are
Maya,
those that
if I could ask you a question. Sorry to
yeah.
interrupt. What
No,
would be their political agenda? And the reason why I say that is so the issues with Black immigrants, right? There's a divide, but the problem is, per the definition of FBA, the majority of FBA vote Democrat. So that's like a catch-22. It doesn't like. So what's the political agenda?
okay. You know what? Right now, it's not clear, because if you look at the way current politics are playing out, with the Democratic Socialists winning offices, and the political landscape is changing, and I can't speak for every person who identifies as a foundational Black American and state what their agenda is. I just can't do that. But all I see right at this present time is I don't think we can unify. And it saddens me to truly say that. And I'm not here to bash anyone or to call anyone names or anything like that. I just don't see where we can come together and find common ground. I'm not seeing it right now. That's all I have to say.
Hey, Dennis,
Okay.
can I say something about the documentary before you go?
Well, just real quick. Okay. Yeah, but see, there's no FBA lobby, there's no FBA politicians, so I don't know. Like I don't know. Outside of just yelling,
Can I
we
ask
want our
y'all a question before you
reparations.
move on, Dynasty?
You know, let CD. Okay, so guys, it's gonna be questions, not dissertation. So CD, ask your
Yeah,
question.
I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that rambling, babbling.
Yeah. So CD, ask your question.
All right, no, before I ask my questions,
I want
to say something about documentary.
Oh my God!
We got to get resources for you.
Hold on. He want to talk about documentary. Go ahead, CD. Go ahead. Talk about
we got to get
He's talking
resources
about
for
the
you,
money.
brother. All right, I just purchased the documentary, and I want everybody to purchase it the same way. Let's promote the brother, okay? Please. You know, the other FBA guy that was saying that they're not going to purchase it with no discrimination. We all should try to promote the brother, okay? So please. All right, so back to my sister. So a couple of days ago, you said that you are FBA, right? And now you're saying that, if I'm getting it correctly, you said, for now, you're not going to be part of any group. Are you now?
No. I didn't say I'm FBA. I never did say that.
You didn't say that at all.
Okay.
All right.
So
you just said, CD.
okay, right. So, but your faction, because Daniel said that most of the FBA are Democrat. Your faction, are you guys Republicans or are you guys Democrat? Which the faction that you belong to? Because there's so many factions.
Okay, I'm talking about me.
Yes.
Me. Now, as I shared with you all, I'm an elder. I am 61 years old, and I have been voting for the Democratic Party for about 35 years.
Okay.
I am so disappointed with the Democratic Party that I am no longer a registered Democrat. I will vote Republican if I find a candidate who aligns with my who provides a good policy that I think is good for me and the Black community, and I believe the Black community. So that's part of the issue.
Did you vote for Trump?
Did I vote? Yes, I did.
Okay, so you already are voting Republican.
Yeah.
So why?
All right,
No. Just because I voted one time for Trump doesn't make me a Republican.
No, I said you already are voting Republican.
And it doesn't make me MAGA. It just says that I am not a true blue anybody but Democrat. That's what I'm not.
You true blue if you vote 35 years. You vote 99% one way, but then you cross the line one time. You still are who you are. But let me ask you a question though.
No, but I didn't finish yet, sir. I have a question on the documentary.
Oh God, Brad.
No. Hold on. He said question on the documentary.
Documentary. That's very important, bro. So, Dennis, do I have to set up login credentials?
Yeah.
Or
So guys, when you purchase the documentary, you set up a login and you can stream it as many times as you want, wherever you want, as long as you go to sign a login. It's yours forever.
Okay, yeah, everything is resources, bro. You can't be talking like that. Bro, gotta get
Yeah,
some money.
CD, just get what you got to say out, man. You ain't got to have a
All right,
dissertation
thank
every
you.
time you say something, bro. Just make your statement.
No,
Are you
but
done? I want to make sure you're done.
CD has purchased it. Hustle Smart, have you got the documentary yet?
No, I
Thanks
haven't.
for the clarity, CD.
Come on, Hustle Smart, get the documentary.
Yeah, I bought the other one though.
What other
first one?
documentary?
The first one? Oh, it's the same one?
It's the same one.
Okay, I got that one there.
Yeah, I already bought two of them.
Like a year. It came. You did like a year.
Yeah, I gotta get.
Oh, man, I been got that one, guy. I actually got one and gave it away to somebody. But no, I been got that. You know what I'm saying? But let me ask the lady a question. Now, if you say that. If you say that it's a political party, they're trying to get some type of political party, and 92% Black women vote Democrat Party, and you're saying that it's for the you want to pick a candidate that's for the Black community, is it the party that says that we're not going to let any more illegal immigrant who's already 77 million? We're not going to let any more of them in there in, so your numbers can catch up. You wouldn't think that policy dictates that have more power over any policy if you're talking about the Black community, because strength is in numbers, correct?
Okay, first of all, I'm not a one-issue voter. But to answer your question, I am enthusiastically supportive of legal immigration, not illegal immigration. What Biden did in his last 2 years of office of just opening the border without vetting people, that was just an embarrassment, and it was also very costly for many cities throughout the United States. That open border policy, it just could not continue. I know some of you may not like to hear that, but we do have limited resources here in the United States. We are $40 trillion in debt. Every year we pay $1 trillion just on the interest of the debt. You know, this isn't being discussed, but do you all realize that the U.S. Treasury stated, I think it was back in May or June, that the U.S. is insolvent?
Yeah, Trump got $1.7 billion from the IRS. He spent almost $200 billion on the war in Iran. So, are you complaining about that too?
And
he
gets $60 billion to
$60 billion to Argentina for their farmers.
He has been fiscally irresponsible. This was just not. Trump was not I knew when I voted for Trump, it was a very sober decision on my part. I knew he was a very imperfect man, but I also realized that we could not continue with the Democratic Party's current policy at the present time. And right now, many of the establishment Democrats, they're being primaried, and these Democratic socialists, they are winning, and that's the reason why.
But they're only let me interject that. They're only winning in places where it was going to be a Democrat regardless. You know, so it's only like in New York and all that. It was going to be a Democrat in there regardless. They're not changing the temperature. They're not changing the numbers of the House or the Senate. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm saying a lot of times with our Black people, we put these shiny objects. It was the same way how Black people was talking about we want a Black person in a vice president. We want a Black person in the on Supreme Court. Just like symbolism. The places that they're winning, I could name the 4 people that won.
That's smart. I got to pass the mic.
Got you covered. But only thing I'm saying is that the places that they win is not changing anything, because those was going to be a Democrat regardless, whether it be a progressive, a socialist, or a far left. it still was going to be a Democrat.
No,
So
there was a Democrat that won in Trump district in Florida.
I gotta pass the mic. I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Big Black.
Pause.
Super pause. Big Black, go ahead.
Yeah, Pan-African power.
Boy, stop. I will wait for you, Big Black.
Yeah, go on out there. Go.
Shout out to you, my brother.
All right, for sure, man. You know, I'm steady Pan-African. You know, I'll be hearing the flip-flopping, you know, over there. I'll be hearing y'all be flip-flopping over there. But that's
You
cool.
steady Pan-African ain't never going to Africa.
That ain't gotta be Pan-African with Africa. See, that's the misnomer that, you know, everybody say that. That's you talking about the Garvey movement.
Well, hey, Big Black, have you bought my documentary?
Yeah, I bought it.
Okay, cool. Okay. You can go there via the documentary. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Dennis. I don't believe you, Hustle Smart. I don't believe you turned on me like that, man. But but anyway, man, I want to talk to CDC. The whole thing is, you know, there's a lot of hatred with the FBA, but you're like the opposite of the FBA with your hatred, man. You talk about Black African Americans. Well, you know, believe me, African Americans are not jealous of Black immigrants, you know, that come to the country. They're just not. You keep what I have a problem with is I hear a lot of African some African immigrants throw these numbers out, say that you do so well, but I guess you guys don't understand math. If you take your top 10%, right, and you know, which is the upper class, and then you want to compare it to a whole ethnic group. Now, if that whole ethnic group has an upper class, a middle class, and a lower class, you want to take the average of that, and then you want to average out your upper class and say we're doing better. That's not a good comparison. Mathematically, that's a terrible comparison. You want to make a right comparison, you take the numbers of, let's say, one country, let's say Nigeria. You take those comparisons, you average out the number as far as like how much they make a year, and then you compare that to the African Americans, how much they make a year, the average. That's a fair comparison. Okay, it's like, I give you an example, right? Chinese come over here and actually they do better. On the average, they do better than white people, right? But that's their top 10%. I guarantee if you take the top 10% of white people and bring them over to China, guess who's going to do better? The white people. So you can all keep making these false not all of you all, but you know, some of you that have hatred in yourself, you make these false comparisons. I don't understand this whole let's compare myself to the Black Americans. Why aren't you comparing yourself to the white Americans? That's
You want me to respond to you, or
what I'm telling you
can I respond to your question?
It shows self-hatred, brother.
No. First of all, I said the African Americans like FBA that are doing well, you're not going to hear them complaining. You're not going to hear them making any complaint about Africans. But the ones that are at the bottom.
When you say complaining, what are you talking about complaining?
Mean that they don't even know any kind of rivalry with Africans. They are not even focusing on that. They focus on the success they have achieved. They want to double the success they have made. But the ones then that are struggling, and they see a little bit of excel of Africans, that comes with level of jealousy. And I'm not even making comparison. I don't know why you saying that I'm making comparison. Nobody is making comparison here. But my thought is people that you used to call a booty scratcher, uneducated, and you see them doing a little bit of achievement, and the one that down at the bottom start complaining. A successful African Americans will not complain about Africans. Well, he will work with Africans to double the amount of achievement that you already have, right? But to say, well, Africans are taking over our job, Africans are taking over our political positions, only people who find themselves struggling and they have no means of success right now, they hang on to that and feed our own internet, try to promote that and make few dollars. That's where the whole rivalry is coming from. But the reality is that the successful one have no idea what is FBA, have no being a rival with Africans. Especially, I live in New York, the friends that I have, that I know are successful, they don't even know what is FBA, right? This is on internet. And the only time I even heard about FBA when I come to Dana's show. This is the only show that I come on and talk, right? So I don't know what is going on internet, but when I come here, then I hear people talking about it. So yeah, let me correct
Well,
what you're
let me
saying.
just
I'm
say,
not making no comparison. There's no comparison. If I'm making comparison, I will compare African Americans here and Africans in Africa, because they are more successful Africans where we have billions population compared to a couple of millions that we have here. In no way you can make the comparison.
But see, why does
But
it have to be a comparison? There are African Americans who are well educated and doing very well in this country. Millions of
it's
them.
exactly. I'm not
It's not a
even.
comparison. Let's leave it.
Yeah, nobody's making comparison. He's saying I'm making comparison. I'm not making no comparison. Even in terms of population wise, in terms of achievement, there's no way that you can make comparison. But what I'm saying is, when a few that curating that rivalry situation, that fight situation, and which of course nothing going on like that, right?
well,
When they are
let me just
frustrated
say
or a
this.
little thing, then they come out, they attack Africans,
Well,
they
CD,
insult.
let's pass it to this Big Black's turn, because I got some more people on the panel. I got to pass them
Yeah.
off
Okay,
to.
let me just say this. It's not jealousy. Anybody that a black person that are denied that they're from Africa, that's a little self hate. That's not jealousy though. I can see self hate. But it's not jealousy. And again, it's a group. It's going down. It's actually losing steam. You got a lot of Pan Africans that's stepping up to the plate. That's going against that movement. But at the same time, we're gonna need, Black Pan Africans worldwide. We're gonna need, even on the continent to step up as far as like to talk to some of the continental Africans, because some of the continental Africans, they do come over here pretty rude and say a lot of outlandish things, you know, and that's where we're bumping heads at, right? I think Tariq overflamed what was going on. There was some things, there was comments in social media before this FBA kicked off where, yeah, there were some kind of Africans that were kind of talking slick against African Americans. I think they you know, they overplayed it as far as like it wasn't that bad. And shows like this show, right? Search for Uhuru, it was bridging the gap. But I think again, this whole movement, I think is, what started this whole movement as non-black hands, to be honest with you. And I think it's dying down as the more we talk about, the more we get out in the open as far as like our problems and everything. I think that movement will die down. But I'll pass the mic.
And then we can do that. That's what they want. They want African American not to reconnect. And that's once the ones that fall apart, the failures will always achieve. And this is what they want.
All right, let me pass the
Dennis,
mic. I got to pass the mic.
I just wanted to say about the I got the documentary now.
Thank you,
About the
man.
documentary.
Thank you. I
Yes.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hold on. Let's get some sound effects up in here real quick. There we go. Thank you so much. Again, I bootstrap this stuff myself. I don't do no GoFundMes, and I put the money up myself. And so, I got products and services that I offer, and buy spend $10.99 on a documentary. Watch
Hey,
it.
Dinus, start doing some merch, Dinus. Start doing
I got
t-shirts.
so guys, listen. So the merch has been down, but the merch is pretty much already done, and it'll be back. It'll be back in August at the latest. All right. So the merch is coming back. More books are coming. Everything is coming. So yeah. But Africa, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand both of you guys from the African American aspect of how you see things, and some of the concern of the African mindset. Because this is what we're discussing today. My biggest worry is, as I said in the past, that some African Americans, would be triggered to be forced to go further to the right and actually become a bit more anti-migrant based on the minority Africans who migrated to America based on their behavior and their patterns. And that could be very catastrophic, for the entire Black community globally, and it'll be a betrayal to the ancestors of the great African Americans who actually fought for what we're actually enjoying today, globally as Black people. So it's all about having a cool head, how we deal with this sort of issue, because it's there, whether we like it or not. This FBA movement is how it has spread on some level. I'm not going to say is a very big, massive thing. I believe it's about 10 to 20% max. It's there because I follow stuff online that a lot of people who talking about FBA, they identify themselves as that. And you only take 20% of those people to vote for an extreme right government, that could be catastrophic for the African migrants who live in the US and also in the UK, for example. But luckily here, we don't have that. We have unity among us based on the shared experience. And I think this is what um, we need to look at. Shared experience is what will get us where we want to go. I mean, to for the brother that was speaking earlier, he shouldn't be focusing too much on the African migrants, who are coming there enjoying the resources, while he knows there are much more larger migrants who are coming to the US who are enjoying these resources and taking advantage of these resources. And if they are going to restrict migration to the UK or America, they're not going to restrict people of their own. They're going to restrict Black people, and it's only going to be disadvantageous towards your people and your community. Okay, and the reality is, yes, I understand that some Black people are going to the US and coming to the UK, who are actually making life a bit more difficult for the locals because of the ideology and how they see race and racism. And that is something that we should know, that Africans don't see racism as African Americans, which is disappointing because the reality is these people view us all the same. And by allowing some of the stuff that African Americans fought for over the years, like rights, to be respected, and and right to be for legal, for the right to pay, like instead of being paid less, because we know people are coming here from Africa that would do less, they work for less of the money, and they'll take much more disrespect, and that will make it look like the entire Black population will allow those things, and that happened. You as a Black British, you go to that job, you feel like, hang on a minute, why is he treating me like this? But you don't know the person that was there before you, who was an African, he was allowing these things to happen to him, and he was allowed to work for less money. And that same boss expect the same, they will treat you the same as the previous employee, that is a foreigner compared to you who are actually a native, whether you're Black from the Caribbean or Black from the US. So these are things that we need to look at in general, but it's all about education. I think we lack education in the community, and Africans that migrate to the US. I think they need to study the geography and the community that they're living in. And if they're not integrating with the Black Americans, they should start doing it now, because you can see it's causing problem within the community. Thank you.
All right, Daniel. So it's my turn. So what I
Oh
want to
no,
say
no, no,
is,
no. You got Pharaoh's on. You got a
oh,
Pharaoh. Go
oh,
go ahead, Pharaoh.
Yeah, peace, brother. Can you hear me?
Feeling good. Hear you well. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Peace, peace. Yeah, Dynus, I wanted to tell you last time when you had your last live stream, that video screen you were showing that caused a lot of complications. And yeah, and like it kept my feed kept cutting off, and I wasn't able to get on. So I just want to let you know that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, concerning the subject, yeah, when it comes to FBA African, with me, you know, if you are pro-black and you about black people being empowered and you're against racism and white supremacy, regardless if you are FBA or African, I stand with you as a brother. You my brother, you my sister. I love you and I rock with you. Okay, because I met some really good down and real pro-black um, Africans, Caribbean brothers and sisters, and I met some coon extreme sellouts, FBA Black American Negroes. Okay, and Tariq Nasheed is wrong when he tried to make every Black American or FBA as if there's no wrong in being the FBA. Yeah, so there's a lot of selling out and cooning going on with the FBA as well, and I see it every day. So yeah, that doesn't apply to me. It's not about what country you come from. You know, if you're African or FBA, it's about your spirit. It's about if you love Black people, you want to see Black people on top, you want to see the black population grow. Then if you stand for that, then you are my brother. Now in in these identities, these different identities, I think it's a bad thing for Black people to have this identity crisis, because I don't see us getting anywhere, trying to unite under all these different false identities. Like it doesn't make any sense. I think we all should unite under one truth. We should have we should have like the most educated, the most learned historians and authorities should have like a big debate, okay, a big national debate with cameras and everything, and have a big PowerPoint presentation, and each debater bring out all the facts, bring the proof, and prove once and for all who are we, and establish our identity right then and there, and everybody unite under that identity. Now we know that the Hebrew Israelites and some of the abos, such as Dane Calloway, that they're never going to have that debate because they might get exposed as a fraud, okay, and a scammer. But that debate needs to happen, okay, to establish who we are, because there's too much hearsay going on, and a lot of people just speaking on theory and making up imaginations. But that debate needs to happen to establish who we are, because I don't see us getting anywhere under these different fake identities. And the sad thing is, these Hebrew Israelites, these abos as well, they actually, and it's hard to unite with them because they actually believe what they claim is the truth, even though, and I heard them even admit it, that they can't prove it. Even though they can't prove it, they still believe it's the truth, and they still hang on to it and continue to live a lie, and they know it's a lie. But how can you unite with someone like that? I mean, that's a very disturbed and dishonest person. So that's something that needs to be fixed with Black people. We need to be honest and unite under the truth, because these guys.
Hey, Dennis, I got a question when the brother is done, please.
They swear down they got the truth, and when they lie get exposed, they show no respect, and they don't acknowledge that they're living a lie, but they continue to live a lie, and just forget about the truth. Now I heard this Hebrew Israelite brother on the previous show set up there and said that he feel he's a Hebrew Israelite because he's doing the work. That goes to show you how some Black people have no respect for history and proving what they are. So that's the thing. They feel like they don't have to prove what they are. They can just say it, and that's all that's needed. So we definitely a big debate definitely should be had. With the fancy suit wearing with the pro-Black community, and We need to settle this once and for all, because I don't see these different identities. These different identities are not getting us anywhere. Yeah, we definitely, we definitely need to establish that. Yeah,
in defense,
I'll land my plane there.
Well, guys, let me read the super chat. Marie Shine 333. Thank you for 999 holla. Please hit the like button. Thank you, sisters. Thank you.
Dennis, I have
no,
a
I
question.
asked. Come on, CD.
Leave, CD.
I asked to speak quickly.
Okay.
In defense to the Israelite brother, brother Pharaoh. I think that show he wasn't coming to prove to anybody that he's an Israelite. He was just trying to show us the work that they're doing in Dimona, and what they can accomplish when they put their minds to achieving something. So I think he wasn't trying to prove to you that he's an Israelite. But again, my question here is, can anybody on the platform, especially those who are African Americans or FBAs, give us any example of Africans, especially Africans or even Caribbean immigrants, undermining African American as a collective, whether it's through legislations, or political actions that was taken to undermine the interests of Black Americans in America?
It's physically, theoretically impossible for 1% of the population to undermine 45 million. The only thing the 1% can do is come over here with an immigrant mindset, see all the opportunities that trade schools and college that can get a C average. That ain't immigrant fault, because they come straight off the boat, so to speak, and go to get there. You got Black people hanging out at the Quick Trip, BP gas station, got the Circle K, any type of gas station, got any block, they can go in there and sign up for them same skills. So when they see the immigrants coming over here getting this stuff, you get what I'm saying? Immigrants take advantage of them. Black people want them to say thank you for something that they ain't got no power over. It was just like the brother M when he was talking earlier, talking about we allow. Black people don't allow nobody to do nothing. The only thing Black people do is give their emotional equity to a situation. We got all these feelings, we got all these ancestors, we got all these emotions, and we'll cry your river, and we'll sit out there and crump, shake our ass, and goddamn yell at white people and tell them how wrong we are. But when we sit up here killing each other, when we sit up here robbing each other, when we sit up here aborting 60,000 babies a year, then everybody talking about, no, point to the white people. No, the white people outnumber us 3-1. The white people outnumber us. No, I'm sorry, my math is bad. The white people outnumber us 5-1. So whatever white people got going on, that's what they doing. Why would I care about what white person did something to? Why would I care about a police officer that randomly shoot a Black person? What about the Black people that purposely, Dinus, kill Black people? What about the Black people that purposely hunt Black people? I ain't talking about the police officer shooting the car of a chick that trying to steal some ice cream and some M&Ms out of Walmart, and the baby accidentally gets shot. What about the dudes that purposely kicking the door, waving the fofo, shooting up everybody, the cat, the dog, the catfish, everybody got to go, and then they're going to go to the funeral and shoot up the funeral. Let's get that together before we always start pointing at white people. If we're going to pay so much attention to what white people do, let's follow white people in STEM. Let's follow white people in science. Let's follow white people by not being anti-intellectual, because all that coon talk that Black people like to say doesn't help us at all. Talk about the ancestors and histories don't help Black people at all. What will help Black people is that 89% of us is employees. Over 43% of white people are entrepreneurs. 89% of Black people are employees. If we'll never stop being employees and never start getting entrepreneurship, pooling our money together, we're doomed. That's why I say we're doomed. It don't mean that we're not good people. It don't mean that we can dance. It don't mean that we can jump up in the air and stick the ball in our ass and put it out of our mouth and dunk it in the basketball. It don't mean we can't catch a 60-yard pass. You know what I'm saying? Start doing the jig in the goal line. It don't mean that we can't go in the club and do splits and do backward flips. It don't mean the Jamaicans can't do the punty wine and wind their hips. You know what I'm saying? And hunch everything that's walking. Hunch a coconut, hunch a pineapple, hunch a aki fish. You get what I'm saying? That doesn't mean we can't do all that stuff. But what I'm saying is when it's time to follow white people, you know what I'm saying, and promote our intellectual, we shun our intellectuals. We clown our intellectual. We call them like Black women are the worst. Black women shame the intellectuals at all, push them away from black women. And then what you expect these young black entrepreneurs and intellectual dude, they're gonna go to where they appreciate it, and then we're gonna call them a coon and a sellout. But we real in the field in the hood. You know what I'm saying? We real. When you move out, you move away from black people, you're a coon. But if you stay around the black people, you get robbed to kill. Don't say nothing, then you're a coon. So just sit back and let black people oppress you the same way white people do. It's a reason why tax season every year that black men go out and buy downrated police cars and ride around in the hood with lights on, trying to scare black people. We want that power that white people have. They're gonna never give it to us. They ain't gonna give it to the African immigrant either. You get what I'm saying? But the black people, we damn sure ain't getting it. So we pooling our money together, all that talking about the books, the identity, the dynasty, Amen-Ra, the sun god, the moon god, the Capricorn god, the catfish, the caterpillar, all that history don't mean nothing if we pooling our money together and trying to have some business so we can hire black people. We're not hiring black people. We talk shit about white people, and then we go to work for white people. Monday morning, y'all gonna be up there on time to call a white man, wait for him to tell you what you need to do for 8 hours. And then after that, I pass the mic.
All right, Daniel. So my question to the panel, right? I have a quick question.
Okay, then after that is Elvis. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a gentleman that came that I appreciate. I'm a hater. So a couple of days ago, we spoke about Africans taking over African American businesses, right? They should not be selling their businesses to African. And I know people don't want to address the elephant in the room, right? What do you think that is? If someone said, "Don't sell your business to Africans, sell it to Chinese," what if that's not the 100% definition of some sort of jealousy? What that is? Can somebody define that for me?
That's
Because we have.
cooning. That's cooning. You want to sell it to the African because he African, but you sell it to a Chinese. That's cooning. Plain and simple.
So why would you don't sell it to African if he come in with the same resources to buy your business in
That's
Holland?
what I'm saying. The black American is cooning if he does that. He's a coon.
It's probably
this is why I
That's
said
not true.
jealousy come true, because when somebody straight up certain group of people at level of achievement, they don't want you to take over something that they don't have no knowledge of managing, right? Let's take, for example, in Harlem, Magic Johnson Theater or Starbucks on 125th Street, he got some share in that. No African will want to buy from Magic Johnson Theater. He doesn't not even looking at African, right? But there are some certain stores on 125th Street that have been taken over by African, and they got it through African Americans, or sometimes they won't sell it to them. They have to go through Jewish people and get those businesses. So they're seeing that little bit a level of achievement, and they say, no, don't sell your business to African. You either sell it to a Chinese or a Jewish person. So that's what I
How
want
do
to
you know that,
What-
CD? Is it something that you've heard yourself, or is it just a rumor that's what they're doing?
I'm engaged in some of the transaction. There's a guy right here on 125th Street, name is Cisse. He got a steakhouse. He couldn't get his restaurant through an African American, but he went through a Chinese guy. I've seen a lot of businesses like that. It's the examples.
I mean, maybe it's because he didn't have maybe enough upfront cash. Maybe it's
Guy, let Maya speak. Go ahead. Well, I'm sorry. Hold on, Elvis. Go ahead. Then let Maya.
Okay, yeah, quickly. I just want to say, CD. Sometimes the reason these people don't sell to certain people is because because you can offer the same amount of money, but it depends on how much upfront cash is coming up. Or whatever is in a deal that's probably better from the Jewish person side than the African side. So I don't think it's collectively that black people don't want to sell to Africans. Maybe the deal that the other race or person is offering is probably better for them financially.
But a few days ago, that's what we're talking about. A few days ago, that's what we're talking about. That African taking over African American businesses, right? We had a discussion here before. We spoke about it. So it's not about money. It's not
I
about
find
coming
it
with the
hard to believe
offers.
that
That's
African
And then,
Americans
that's
won't sell their business to African. I find it hard to believe.
that's not a phenomenon in America.
They
Believe me.
probably think they're
Yeah.
scammers. Let's be honest. They probably think they're scammers. That's probably why they don't want to sell it to them. They probably
Oh,
don't
I forgot
trust the
Quincy's on there.
resources.
But guys, let me do this. Guy, hold on. Let me pass it to Maya real quick. Then I'll pass it back to Quincy. This Quincy turn. Maya, you have something you want to add?
Yes, thank you, Dinus. I'd like to partially agree with, I think it's CD, is that your name?
Yes.
Yes. You know, as a person who identifies as FBA, I am a supporter of the capitalist market. And
Good.
personally, I have no problem with, you know, an FBA business owner selling their business to an African or Caribbean, a white person, Chinese person, whomever. I mean, that is the capitalist market. You are not there to, as a business owner, you are there to maximize your profit and to maximize the equity in your business. So I just don't understand why there are some Black Americans who are punching down at Black immigrants for purchasing businesses. But if I could, I would just like to just address one issue that is a problem in the foundational, what we consider the foundational Black American community. And that is that we have not pushed entrepreneurship as we should have, and we have not prepared. We do not prepare our children to be entrepreneurs or business owners, and that's not the fault of Black immigrants. The fault truly does it lies with us. And I'll give you a good example of why that happens. Dinus, can I have another minute to speak?
Yeah, go ahead. You go ahead. That's
Okay.
fine. Maya, are you gonna purchase my documentary?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, I am. And I'm not just saying that. I am going to purchase it.
Okay.
You said I am 6 times. We're not convinced. Say it one more time to make it official.
But I just want to share with you all one of the problem areas that I am seeing with foundational Black families. They do not what's the proper term for it? They do not engage in proper estate planning. I hope I'm using the correct term. You know, I was listening to a podcast from David Ramsey. I don't know if you all are familiar with him, who he is. And he said something that truly made me rethink my will and inheritance. He said on his show that he called a meeting with all his children and their wives, and he set them down and he revealed his will, and he did this before he died. And all of the children, they all know what they're going to inherit from his estate. And I thought, wow, why would he do? And he said, and one of the reasons why he said he did that, he said he did it because, number one, when you inherit property from your parents, there are tax repercussions. And so it is unfair to, he said he did not want to have his children have to make the most important decisions of their lives when they were grieving and they were not of sound mind. So he revealed what was in the will, and he told each of his kids, I am not changing the contents of the will. This is what is getting what you're getting. I am letting you know so you can start doing your research on how you can invest the money and how you can reduce your tax liability.
And then he put it into a trustee account. That's why he did into trustee.
Okay.
So in that way, it will be a less tax liability. And once you put it into trustee, you won't have the tax body. Yeah, listen to him sometime.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And, you know, and after listening to him, I thought that's something that I need to do. FBA, particularly the baby boomers, there are baby boomers walking around and they refuse to reveal what's in their will. And they are doing great harm, to their children by not telling them what they're going to get so they can reduce their tax liability, and they don't do proper estate planning. And so as a 61-year-old elder, one of the things that I'm doing, I'm getting my financial affairs in order, and I'm downsizing. I'm doing a lot of stuff because I just don't want my children to be burdened by so many things. So, so they can, so they just don't lose out, and they're just not making an irresponsible decision. Now, that's not.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
A problem of immigrants. That's an FBA problem. That's all I want to say.
Hey, can I ask you a question? The young lady who was speaking just now.
Yes.
Did you grow up with money, or you like the first generation of your family to have money to pass on?
So you missed out last time. She told her origin story.
Okay, but I'm asking her right now. It's just did you come from money, or are you the first to have that kind of money to pass on?
My as I shared with you all, my grandfather came from humble means. My grandparents, they were not highly educated, 3rd and 4th grade from Mississippi.
Gotcha.
But they did work. So they were the seed money for us. They saved money, and we were able to use their savings and build upon it. So kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I asked that question because, I mean, you're not doing all the piling on as much as other folks are on this call, but just acting like black Americans don't know how to do estate planning, as if we've had that kind of wealth and information. Like it's just not. It's not reality. Most black Americans are either 1 or 2 generations away from the hood. Either our grandparents grew up in the hood, or humble means, or our parents did, and we're the first ones to come into money to even have these kind of conversations as far as having an estate and a trust and stuff along those lines. So I'm saying that to say I wouldn't, when you say that's something wrong with black people, I think I'm 43, right? So we're kind of like the first generation to have those real conversations, unless you were like the talented 10th, or just the small percentage of black folks who come from money, like the grandparents who may have money. But most black Americans didn't have money like that. That's why I asked you, where you come from.
I perfectly agree. And I was not, I do understand that, intergenerational wealth, there's a small minority of blacks, who are doing it, but the ones who do, they do not think ahead and think about the tax. They're just not doing it.
Gotcha.
He
Okay.
misread what you were saying, because he was talking about
my man. It was my turn to talk, my man.
Let me tell you. I'm going to tell you how you misread it. I didn't interrupt you when you was talking.
No, but Dinah said it was my turn to talk, though.
No, listen.
Dinah said it was my turn to talk.
He didn't tell you it was your turn. You interrupted her. You interrupted her when she was talking, and you asked her a question.
Dinah said her and then me.
You interrupted her and asked a question. That doesn't make it your
her and then me.
I got you, but she wasn't through talking.
Okay, well, why are you talking then? If it's her time to talk, why are you talking?
I'm gonna ask her a question the same way you did. The same way you asked her.
It was my turn to talk, bro.
Let's not do that.
Ask her a question the same way you asked her a question. But let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this though. Why do some black people that don't even, just like you was talking about, far as the
hold on. This is what I wanted to say about you. You got the worst view of black people.
Even sit up here and even talk about like life insurance.
Hey, where's Dinah at? Where's Dinah?
People, you get what I'm saying? Like we don't even talk about. We don't even want to bring the kids together and talk about life insurance. Not trying to
Africa here.
Bro, you already give your question. Give the guy chance to talk. You already give your question.
No, it's fine, guys. Let him talk. Yeah. Thank you.
What you say about that, Miss May? That we don't even all the stuff you said about it, because I listen to the same guy you talk about. I listen to Red Eye Radio also, but not even trust. But we talking about just basic life insurance. Just talk about burial insurance. You get what I'm saying? Like, why as black people we have to go searching
That ain't
for that
true, bro.
information
You got a
after we
terrible
die.
view of black people. That ain't true. That ain't true.
If that ain't your
It
thing,
ain't
then
true.
that ain't your thing. You don't
If
speak
you
for
in the
black
ghetto
people.
around ghetto mess,
You
then
don't
speak for
speak. You
yourself.
don't speak for black people.
Quincy, we
But
know
what
you
I'm saying,
come from better means than most black people. That's fine, but he's giving his experience. Let him speak.
Yeah, but he come from ghetto mess.
Hold on. I was my
Dinus,
fault.
there we go, Dinus.
It's Quincy's turn. Go ahead, Quincy.
Thank you, Dinus. Thank you, Dinus. Thank
He
you, sir.
already gave his question.
Thank you, sir. No, all I did was ask the young lady a question, and then I gave a little quick response to her, but I never had my spiel.
Nah, she's an elder. She's 61. She's older than you. She's not a young
Hey,
lady.
okay, wait, hey, young lady, ma'am, anything respectful. I'm just trying to be respectful.
you don't call old people young lady.
No,
I wasn't even talking to you. I wasn't even talking to you. So, all right, so Dinah said it's my turn. So first off, this loudmouth dude got the worst view of black Americans. Brother, if you around ghetto mess with people shooting on Juneteenth, speak for yourself, brother. My circle ain't with that. My circle is college. I see from the bottom to the top, even the people that's in the hood and ain't got means don't act ignorant like all the stuff that you speaking about. So stop speaking as if the ignorant shit that you grew up in and you around is a representative of all of black America. Speak for yourself and your corner of the ghetto that you come from. That's so you've been talking crazy all night about black Americans as if we all just ravages out here shooting on Juneteenth and on 4th of July. Like, nah, dog, speak for yourself. If you in the hood, amongst the hood stuff, then speak for that. Don't try to speak for all black America. That's the first thing. You from the ghetto shit, not us, not the rest of us.
Leave me alone, bro. You try attacking him personally. That's not good.
No. He's been attacking black Americans this whole time, trying to act like we all ghetto and don't know how to do this and don't know how to do that.
You want to say.
But he's black American, brother.
And I'm gonna say what I want to say. And I'm gonna say what I want to say.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
And I'm gonna say
when you talk when you want to say.
Let him speak. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna have anybody sit here talking crazy. I'm not gonna have anybody sitting here talking crazy about black Americans and everybody letting it ride just because he's a black American. Like, no, dude, he come from ignorance and he's spewing it back out as if that's a representative of everybody else. It just ain't true. It just ain't true. Now that with that being said, the guy saying black Americans jealous ain't nothing that there's nothing Africans Caribbeans are doing in America that black Americans ain't been doing for damn near a century. We have no reason to be jealous. All right. To answer the question, are Africans and Caribbeans undermining FBAs? Even if some intentionally, Byron Donalds, that Nigerian guy that said he wanted to cancel Black History Month up there, I forgot what Midwest
Michigan
state he was in. Yeah, him. Some are directly doing it. Yes. Most aren't.
What is Byron Donald doing in Congress that's undermining black Americans?
Byron Donald's been running around saying he don't support reparations because he as a Caribbean won't get it. He said it on the Breakfast Club. He said it down in South Georgia at a town hall meeting. He said it multiple times.
He did not say that.
Okay, you're lying. I've seen the video.
He did not say that.
Go on the Breakfast Club.
I think he said something to that.
Go watch the Breakfast Club interview.
But is it consequential? Is it consequential to you that he said it?
Go.
Make his point. He shouldn't be saying that at all. That's the point.
That's the point.
Let Quincy talk. Go ahead, Quincy.
That's the point. Go to Breakfast Club. He said on the Breakfast Club. All right. So what I'm trying to say is, even if you aren't directly Africans, Caribbeans aren't directly trying to undermine black Americans, you're still being used by the system. You're still being used by the white system. If y'all understand that your government back in your country was undermining the little people and undercutting them, suppressing them, oppressing them, if you can understand that about your country so much that you left your country because it was so bad, then I don't understand why suddenly when you get to America, you just don't understand that our government undermines us. And a lot of times they use you to do it. Right. How? How? Okay. Let's go. Look, first thing, I always talk about colleges. I always speak about colleges, right? If you go to any Ivy League school, the vast majority of black students aren't black Americans. They are black immigrants or second gen. Right? Why? Because
you get it by married.
No, they don't.
Dude, I want to hear him. Don't lose your train of thought. Tell us why, please.
So if these schools say, hey, it's EEOC, you're having a percentage of minority, you're supposed to have a certain black percentage of your student body, right? And so what they do is, and it's a white man on camera saying it. So what they do is, well, look, because they want to oppress specifically Black Americans, okay, we won't admit Black Americans. We just go get some Africans and Caribbeans. Oh yeah, keep laughing.
So for me, for my niece,
that was. Hold on 1 second, but I'll put the link in the chat room. There is a. Let me try to find. Let me try to find that clip that he's referring to. But
the white guy, you know what I'm talking about, Dinah? The white guy.
I know what you're talking about. Hold on. I think I bookmarked. I saw it on X the other day. I just wonder if I bookmarked it or not.
Right. This is real, and they laughing at it. But meanwhile, Black Americans are just losing and losing. And like when I say, even if you're not directly trying to undermine us, you are. Even if you're not doing it intentionally, it's called disaggregating the data, right? So if America is supposed to provide initiatives and funds and resources and this, that, and the other to Black Americans to make up for slavery and Jim Crow and to try to make up for it. Play it.
1 second. Let me
for the guy that's laughing. Who was that laughing? Please
all the African that I know.
Hold on, guys.
I gotta be quiet.
Before you guys start, let me play this clip before you guys start going back and forth. Hold on. I done lost my spot. Hold on.
Who is he first, though? We got to know.
Make it big, Dennis.
In a very interesting way, which is actually both the universities and the corporate employers are literally African Americans. In a very interesting way, which is actually both the universities and the corporate employers are literally, this is true, they literally import Africans so that they don't have to hire African Americans. Because they
you know what? Hold on, let me stop. Guys, let me stop. This is AI.
Yeah,
okay.
That ain't man.
Okay, Dinus. All right, Dinus. Man, you're a smart guy, Dinus. Thank you for saying that.
They got to keep the FBA at 40%. Once they do
you caught it, Dinus. You caught it right at the right time.
All the African students I have seen going to
no, hold
on. But this, I mean, do me a favor. You post a link, but this look kind of like AI a little bit.
AI. Look up Cornel West spoke about it. Cornel West spoke about the Ivy League.
Confused Melicano West.
You know with your sources, man. Don't do no AI. Don't do no AI.
So we just hold on. So we just making this up.
So we just making this up. H-1B1 visa, somebody who already has the qualification in their home country.
So we just making this up. So Black Americans just making
this up. This got to be AI because I'm looking at it. This AI. This is AI.
Look,
the point I was trying to make, Quincy. The point I was trying to make on a personal level is that.
This cloud brought AI as a source.
No, that was
Cornel West. Hold on. Look up Cornel West spoke about it. There are articles going back to Cornell up in New York, Cornell University up in New York when they spoke about it. This has been spoken about for them at least 15 years.
Well, let me say this, Quincy. I'm an African, right? I applied to college. When I applied to colleges, right? You're telling me that if a dean of a mission accepts my application as a first generation African who's applying and going to college, that's me being used against you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because Africans don't push back. Africans do not push back. Y'all Africans don't fight the power. Y'all don't come to America to fight the power.
That's not true.
Y'all do not come to America to fight the power.
You should have went to college. You should have went to Job Corps, Elvis. You should have went to Job Corps.
Who, me? Brother, I got my degree. I got my degree at the HBCU, but don't try me, bro.
No, I don't even believe
you. He wasn't talking to you. He was talking to me. The point how can you say that, Quincy? I admire you. I actually listened to you before, and I respect you. I think you sound like an intelligent guy. You defend your people well. But the fact that you have that mindset is kind of crazy because
African kids applying to university. I don't care how you feel about my mindset. I care about Black Americans. And y'all because you benefit.
How can you say that the Africans are being used against you? Should they not apply for colleges? What should they do? Should they actually first where to apply and when to accept when they get accepted?
Elvis, what part of that you ain't understanding?
No, this is real simple. No.
This is how low
it's real simple.
Guys are. This is so
low.
I mean,
it's real simple.
I thought you were very intelligent when I listened.
Hold on. It's real simple. Are you gonna let me respond?
With something like this?
It's real simple. Oh my God. It's real. It's real simple. Are y'all gonna let me respond?
People to go to trade school. Don't go to college at all.
It's real simple. There's a real simple solution. There's a real simple solution.
One mic.
The real simple solution is that African and Caribbean immigrants don't count to the black quota of whatever school. If they're supposed to have 13% of black students, then the imports, the immigrants cannot count towards that. They're treated as international students.
Then black Americans get them to change that. Africans can't get them to change that. So then black Americans get them to change that. Then
you have a low opinion on black Americans, so I really can't even have a conversation with you.
Quincy,
I can't even have a conversation with you.
If there's something
black
that you
Africans are categorized as black
hey,
racially
Elvis,
in
hold
this
on for a
country.
second, Elvis. If you complain about something that African immigrants are doing, the African immigrants can't change that.
I did not.
Black
Who
Americans got. So if it's something that black Americans
I said the white system was doing it. You running your mouth on something I didn't say.
If white
I didn't
people
say
are doing it, that means you ain't got no power to change it. What do African immigrants do about it?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay,
and that's the reason why. No, that's the reason why people. That's the reason why people are so. That's the reason why people are so scared of the delineation movement, because we never pushed to change it.
Let me know when y'all change it, and let me know when y'all get reparations.
To change it. We never pushed to change it.
Reparations. Let me know when y'all change it. Add that to your book bag. Add that to your reparations book bag.
Go back to the ghetto, bro. Go back to your ghetto ass neighborhood, bro. Go back over there where they shooting people on Juneteenth. Go back over there.
He has no idea.
Go back over there. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to your ghetto ass. Go back to the ghetto ass damn neighborhood where they shooting people on Juneteenth. Go do that. Go do that with all the typical cliche stuff. Hey, who the other brother? I don't want to talk to the ghetto dude who think all black people ghetto just like him.
So you're talking about me, but you don't want to talk to me.
And you talking about black Americans, so I'm talking about you.
Hold on, let me tell you something.
Okay. You ain't got to tell me nothing.
Whoever wanted to speak. Neighborhoods. Who wanted to speak? Events shooting. Who wanted to black neighborhoods? They take that.
Who had a question? Did somebody else have a question?
Yeah, I had a question for you, Quincy.
I have a question. 1 second. No, 1 second.
Go for it.
Quincy, you know when he said about how to change it, when he said delineation is the only way forward. How can delineation change the aspect of what we're talking about?
Absolutely nothing.
Hold on. Which part? Which we talked about a lot.
Which part, clown?
About the school. No, Uncle Sim. 1 second. About the school quota.
Okay, there you go. Like I said, we never push to ensure that the black students that are getting these opportunities in these schools, we've never pushed to ensure that those black students do descend from slavery in America. Black Americans have always been Pan-African minded, and we just said all black people, if you see a black person, is all good, right? But then you look up, and you look up, and you look at the student body. Yeah, you look up and you look at the student body and you see that there's a discrepancy in the percentage of, hey, how many, if you got 500 black students at this Ivy League school, how many actually black Americans, right? And you look up, it's probably like 50 or 75 or something, right?
Okay.
So we never push for that. So that's part of
that's your answer on how they gonna change it, because all I heard was some babbling.
I'm telling why it hasn't changed, because we didn't push for it.
He didn't ask you why it hasn't changed.
I'm going to the answer. I'm about to answer his question.
Why, simpleton?
I'm answering. If you shut up, I can answer.
Oh, come on, guys.
Thank you.
You can't answer it.
Hold on.
Yes, I can.
Hold on. Before it gets too heated, let's stop with the name calling. All right, go ahead.
Okay, the answer to the question is the delineation movement is it? Because like I said, we never kept count to see how many. So there will. That's why this delineation movement scares people, because they can't just slide under black anymore. So when it gets to these schools,
Quincy, give me 30 seconds, please, bro. Let me say this.
I haven't finished.
The simplest point, right? The hustle smarts point, right?
I wasn't finished responding.
Let the man
after you let me respond, please.
Dude, bottom line, once we push for delineation, that's going to trickle in politics, that'll trickle in school admissions, to ensure that those who are admitted to fulfill that quota come from it. It's all part of the delineation. It's all trickling up to ensure that those who are supposed to benefit from these initiatives will benefit from it. It's just that damn simple.
Okay, let me speak, please.
No,
hey, you just spoke. Africa. Don't do that. Let me speak, bro. You just spoke. Let me speak.
Oh God, I've been quiet all this time.
No. Let me speak. Let me say this. You get the mic after me. Hold on. You spoke.
Oh God, I will let
you have the mic. Bro. You can just wait for 10-15 seconds. Just hold on. The point I was making in defense of simple. Hold on, bro. Let me speak.
And to Butcher's Simple point is that on a college application, when a black kid like myself or my niece or whoever is applying, it says your race, black, or African American. Sometimes it says that, right? We're adjacent to each other, So when a school, a university has a quota of letting black people in there at 10% or 12%, I'm black by race, right? I'm not ethnically African American, but I'm black.
Let me ask you a question.
So I should be excluded from that or put in a different racial category than you, so that I don't get the benefit that you're supposed to get.
Let him give his question.
Okay, cool. But the thing is, you and I both know. See, y'all playing the game is gaslighting. Yes, you're black, but you're not black. You're not a black American who went through what they went through in this country for them to put that initiative.
But they're doing it by race, not ethnicity. That's the thing.
No. But see, that's the thing. See, okay. When all of this was going on, civil rights movement, Jim Crow, slavery, that was happening to black Americans.
Oh my God,
bro.
That wasn't happening to black Americans.
We know they didn't go through slavery.
He's lying. When you sign up on the application to go to college,
hold on. That didn't go.
When you sign up on the application to go to college, they don't have no Africans or African Americans. It's African American. So you lying about the percentage. You are lying.
Hold on.
You are lying. You don't lying about the
currently.
That's a lie.
Currently, I'm on the phone with a bunch of Pan-Africans and Africans gaslighting because you benefit from us getting messed over. You benefit from us getting messed over. So you play dumb. Y'all some smart guys, right?
Hey, guys, hold on.
Guys, y'all some smart guys, right? Y'all some smart guys, right? So if y'all smart,
he lives in London. Let him give his question because
hold on, real quick. Y'all some smart guys. Right. If y'all so smart, then y'all know that when they put those initiatives in to make up for Jim Crow and slavery, they weren't doing that for nobody over in Africa to come over here. Let's not play dumb.
You know that,
bro. You know that, right?
Yeah, right? What is the percentage?
You know when you apply for college, you have to write an essay, right? You have to write an essay. One of the things people put in their essay, I put in my essay. I'm a first generation African. The first person in my family to attend, to go to college, right? Those are some of the things you write in your essay. So they screen you very well. They know your background, they know your ethnicity, where you come from, and they either deny you or they accept you. So they know their percentage of African Americans that they're going to accept or deny. It's not the Africans' fault.
I never said it was the Africans' fault. I did say that they are using y'all.
Oh my God!
I said that they are using y'all.
African fault for coming over here and going to the college.
They're using y'all. So they're not using you.
These are the people that
they're not using you, man. And I never said you shouldn't go to school. I never said you shouldn't go to school. I never said you shouldn't go to school. I never said they shouldn't go to school. What I said was, if you go to school, you shouldn't be counted towards that percentage that's supposed to be allocated to Black Americans.
Go to school all you want to. Colleges in. Talk to the administrators. Talk to them. Get them to change it.
I'm talking to them right now. They asked me a question. They asked me a question.
Change it. You ain't changing nothing by talking about slavery.
Give it time. They asked me a question, for example. That was an example. I give an example. You asked me give an example.
To get them to change that on the application.
I don't know with Negroes like you who got the worst opinion of Black folks. I don't know. But you better believe it will be in the next 2 decades.
With 30 minutes ago when he just said I don't know. Go ahead, Africa.
Is this your show? Is this the Ghetto Negro show?
Guys, hold on, guys. Let Quincy finish, and I got to pass it to Babaliko.
Yeah, they asked me a question. I gave an example, and everybody trying to play dumb. But I get it. It's to your benefit to play dumb because you're benefiting. If we say that 15% only supposed to go for Black Americans who descend from slavery and Jim Crow, then you're asked out. So of course you're going to pretend like you don't understand what I'm saying. But everybody who's smart, y'all supposed to be smart, right? Y'all know damn well. Hey, my last words. If y'all so smart, then you're smart enough to know when they put these initiatives in, they didn't do it for nobody over in Africa. They did it for a specific group of people who went through specific stuff in this country. So don't act like, oh, I'm Black. They was doing it for me too. Like, dude, don't play like that. Don't play like that. If they was giving whatever in Rwanda and whatever that atrocity was in Rwanda to that group of people. No.
Quincy,
It's a
before
real
Daniel
simple
takes the
point.
mic.
You
If
think
they
you
was
think
giving it to a
Chinese
certain group of
Let him
people,
Americans,
finish. Let him finish.
Oh God.
Chinese Americans who
hold on.
built the railroads, you think they
They built a piece of the
delineate
railroad. Black
from
Americans,
the
that ain't got nothing to do
Philippines?
with what I'm talking
Hold
about.
on. Let me just
That
say,
has
Okay,
nothing to
you
do with
think
what I'm
they
talking about.
delineate from the Filipinos and the Southeast Asian because they all classify
every
themselves as Asian,
look,
that they
Quincy.
shouldn't get into
Quincy,
college because they weren't here for hundreds of years
I
in
never said
America?
anybody. I never said nobody should get in college.
Quin-
I was specific three
Quincy?
times, and you keep saying that dumb stuff. I never said nobody should get in
Yeah,
college.
it's keep repeating himself. But anyway, Quincy, look. Do you think
This guy likes to go
the
against me.
white American,
You're just a fucking hater, bro. Well, go ahead.
I hate
do you think
whatever.
You,
do
the
you
other
think
guy.
the African American? Okay, do you think the people who created this system, they actually created this system to actually set you up against one another? Is that? Do you think you actually falling
You don't
into the
even live
trap?
in
Yes.
America, bro. You're from
Yeah,
way on the
but
outside looking in. You're not here with us,
Yes.
right? So your
Yes.
perspective is
Yes. And you know
maybe
why it
whatever.
works? You know why it
Yes,
works?
Quincy. Yeah.
Yes. And you know why it works? Because when they bring people in and they give them benefits, and the people that are being oppressed come out and try to say, "Hey, they're playing you against me." You know what we get? We get what I've been getting on this very call right here. People laughing,
Okay.
acting like
it's
it's a
not
lie.
true. People know you get into college based
There we
on your
go.
merits.
There we
If
go.
I had a 1.0 GPA and
It's
somebody got
America,
a
bro.
3.0
It's America.
GPA or
Don't
4.0
talk that
GPA,
merit stuff in America,
who's
bro.
African American, I'm not going to get into college over that person.
Of
Because
course,
the admission office is going to be questioned. Why would a 1.0
Dude, if you
GPA person
believe that
who's
you get in college
undeserving
based on merit,
get
please
in
hang the
over a
phone up.
4.0?
You shouldn't be in this conversation if you believe folks get in college based on merit in this
that's the
country.
merit.
No,
The reason
because
why
what happens is there's certain things that
the reason why I'm
separate you.
saying this,
You
right?
got into college, right?
The
So there's
reason,
certain things that
okay,
separates you.
you
Extracurriculum,
just keep listening.
you
My
know,
God,
if
if
you
you
was on a
believe that, we
debate
can't
team,
talk.
if you play sports, a lot of different things distinguish you. Your GPA is the common denominator. A lot of people have high GPAs, but the thing that's going to get you in there is the extracurriculum stuff. You know that, Quincy. You went to college. So my point here is they're not just picking the worst African and picking him over a well-qualified, high GPA extracurriculum African American. It's not happening. You know that.
That's
So
the
hold
fact.
on. So it's just by happenstance. It's just by happenstance that out of the 50 million black people in America, right, and less than about 4 to 5 million of those are actually even African or Caribbean immigrants, first and second generation. It's just by happenstance that the majority, if not all, of the white Ivy League schools have a majority immigrant black student body. That's just by happenstance.
So why do you
I'm
focus
I'm
only
even
on
doubting
the
if this
African
guy ever
immigrants?
went to
Sorry,
college. I'm doubting
why do
you
you
right now
always focus on
because
the African immigrants instead of the non-African immigrant, Quincy?
I'm gonna tell you exactly
That's my
why.
next one.
You heard what the guy said earlier? He said because I'm black too. Indians can't check black. Asians can't check black. But you know who can check black? Africans and Caribbeans. That's why I
Because
focus
we are
on them.
black by race. Not
He
black
act- he
Americans, but black by race.
he
Exactly.
asked me why is
What
the
should I
focus
click,
on them.
Quincy? Should I click Hispanic? Should I click
You click
white?
whatever you want to click.
What should I click?
You click whatever you want to click. You just shouldn't fulfill that quota. I never said don't go to school.
But all
You
those
just don't.
statistics, right,
You
man?
just don't count
They
towards
set
that
the
quota.
quota and we fit into that quota.
Hold on, as far
The
as
quota
like
is based on race, and I'm black by race. So what am I supposed to do?
It was never about race. It wasn't about race. It was about black
Okay.
Americans. It was
every
about black
Ivy League school,
Americans.
every
All
Ivy
right,
League
guys.
school that you get in.
Let me read this super chat. Marie Shine 999. Thank you so much. And guys, one more time, I'm gonna keep beating the drum. Go and stream the documentary. Go to documentary.searchforwho.com and stream the documentary, please. All right, documentary.searchforwho.com and stream the documentary. I'm going to put the link in the chat room and a link on the screen. Again, please go and purchase and support the documentary. All right, go ahead, Miss Sisters.
Yeah, thanks for letting me come back on and speak. I'm an educator and I have sat on admissions committees before, and here's just something that I can share with you. The decision to admit a student, it's not all based upon your test scores, your GPA. They also consider your extracurricular activities, whether you are a first generation
That's what
graduate.
Arvid said. That's what Arvid said.
And also they look at whether you are a low income person, the region of the country where you are a resident from, and also whether you served in the military or not. I
Yep.
mean, so there are lots of reasons why some people get admitted and others do not. Those who get admitted, they may have had you know, lower measurements in some other area, but they were scored higher on certain other metrics. So I just wanted to point that out. Something else, if you look at the trends in academia and admission, particularly the Ivy League schools, during the 1940s through 70s, the immigrant group that was being admitted to the Ivy League schools were Jews, and then after that, it was the Asian students. Now we're seeing a retraction of those students, and we are seeing more Black immigrants. There will come a time when there will be a new arrival group, and we will begin to see less Black immigrants there. And so I just want you to make you aware that it's not always based upon merit. It's based on all of these other factors. Another huge factor that's not being discussed, and that is shortly, depending upon some schools and the department or your academic field, is gender. Where I live, there is a huge, and it's based on market demand. That's what I wanted to say. There is a huge demand for male nurses in the Midwest here. I can't speak for other areas of the country. So there are some nursing programs where males who apply, they are given preference over females. And even though the male scores in certain areas are lower than females, but because the clinics and the hospitals and the patients are demanding male nurses, the schools are complying to that market demand. So the mistake sometimes that I hear, particularly from Black immigrants, they think, well, I got into this Ivy League, therefore I was the best of the best. And I'm not here to say that you weren't, but your admission, it was just based upon other factors that were desirable for that particular college.
But I have a quick question for you.
Have you ever heard an immigrant say that they was the best of the best when they got the? I've never heard that before in my life. And
Yeah.
I've never heard that before in my life. That an African got a scholarship and said they was the best of the best. Sometimes y'all be let me put my Black
You ain't hear that, but you heard gunshots on Juneteenth though.
Sometimes we say things to the point and we make it like that's a going. I've never heard that before. And another thing that where the brother was talking about what's on the mission slip and whether and we could Black America, we could control what they put on. Black America, we have no power but to complain. We can complain about it. We can say you know that. We say you know that ain't right, and you know this, and you know this, but we don't control. We don't write out. There you go again. Hey, Dinus, now you stopped me from talking when he was talking and all that. So I'm trying to be respectful.
My bad. All right, don't interrupt him. Go ahead.
I'll be quiet. He ignorant though. I'll be quiet.
Is he now? He calling me name. You said something about that too, Dinus.
That was an adjective. That was an adjective. That wasn't adjective.
I could call names with the best of them, but the thing about it is,
we know you can. We know.
So now I'm just trying to get a pass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't need a pass. I don't need no pass.
You definitely need a pass. You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
You need to go pass gas or something.
When we hang up, you back to the ghetto.
Guy. Let him speak. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, though, we have a lot of stuff, and it's similar to what M talks about. Like we allow We don't allow anything. The only thing that white people have been letting us do for the last 400 years is complain while he got his foot on our neck. You get what I'm saying? And even though we're 45 million, you know what I'm saying? Nobody pays any attention to us. We sitting up here begging Donald Trump to say something about black people so we can jump up and down and say, look, see, he talking about us. Look, like we're like you see two dogs in a car. You get what I'm saying? Black people, we have no power. So the only person that we can punch at, only thing we can punch at is the 1%. And I'm trying to figure out for the life of me, Dinus, why is the 45 million so strong, $3 trillion dollar power, worry about the 1% who got a shitty ass country? You claim that country is so shitty, you got his mosquitoes and flies and open defecation, but you worrying about what they say, but you saying that everybody looks at you. And it's the same way how black women claim that white women look up and every time they go into the beauty supply shop, they want that Kim Kardashian bob, they want that silky wavy, natural wavy, extra bounce yakky in their hair. You don't catch white women going in the beauty supply shop, be like, give me that Trishane,
Hey, let me
give me
ask
that
you a question.
Lashonda. Let me get that
Stop cutting me
Lashonda.
off. Stop
Don't ask
cutting
me
me off.
nothing. Please don't ask me nothing. Don't ask me nothing. You get what I'm saying? You ain't gonna call me out my name and then want to ask me a question. But what
I
I'm
want to
saying
know.
is that,
I
but
want
what
to
I'm
know
saying,
why.
Dinus, can I
What's the
please
goal?
finish, bro? Can I finish, bro? Because I'm not gonna talk to him, bro.
Let him finish.
So what I'm
Yeah,
saying
keep
is that
talking.
we all,
Talk
Dinus,
crazy
can I
about Black
please,
Americans.
bro? Can I please, bro? I
No,
just
Keep
want
going.
to,
Yeah,
let him
I
keep
just
going
finish,
want
about
to
Black
bro.
understand what
Americans.
I'm
Keep
saying.
going. Keep going.
I appreciate that, sugar mama. But listen to this. You act like my second baby mama, I swear to God, it's like I owe you $100 or something. You get what I'm saying? But this is the fact of the matter. I understand that we control anything, but we sit up here talking like Africans supposed to go out there and do something different, and then be like, oh, y'all conspiring against us directly and indirectly. That's the craziest thing in the world. You get what I'm saying? Like they got some control. They go in there, have the application, they see the link on the internet, and they put in. Now, the one thing I agree with my sister that they do work in a certain amount of people, because I was in Oklahoma and I saw those billboards that you was talking about. They're looking for male nurses, but you know why? What's her name, May? What's your name, Miss May or Miss K? What's the
Miss.
name? Miss
Miss
K?
Maya.
Miss Maya,
Miss
Miss
Myers.
Maya.
Yeah,
Miss
yes,
Maya, do
ma'am.
you know why they're looking for, do you know why they looking for men up there in the Oklahoma, in the Arkansas area? Do you know the main reason why?
No, tell me.
Because the black women have so much bad attitudes that they're tired of that. Some of the clients are saying that they get
Now you
better
disrespecting the
care.
sisters.
They say they get better care from men. You get what I'm saying? It's just the way that it is. It's the same way when you go to a restaurant. You can talk to any person in a restaurant and they'll tell you who is the worst person you want to take an order from. It's black women. You get what I'm saying? So just like in those fields up there, Oklahoma, Arkansas, because I asked the guy, because I pick up metal supplies, and I'm like, they putting these billboards up everywhere. They saying that the clients are complaining about the service and attention that they give for black women. They tired of them being in places twerking and not being professionals, and they say they get better care. That ain't what I'm saying. Like it's just like the craziest thing with FBA when they go over 40% FBA is that they act like when you tell the truth, some type of way you telling a lie by just calling it ignorant or whatever. You can say the truth. If you say the truth, it doesn't matter if what you think about the truth. On June the 19th in different cities all over the United States, not my neighborhood, bro, because I stay in the upper neighborhood. I stay, there's only 2 black people out there, bro. So that you clearly don't know nothing about me. You clearly ain't on the money level that I'm
So you
on, bro.
Jason
So
Whitlock.
let me
So you
say this.
Jason Whitlock
Let me
then.
say this.
You Jason
But
Whitlock.
in multiple cities all over the United States, it was black people killing black people. That ain't what I said. That's the news. So if the news say that and the report say that, I guess they coons and I guess they ignorance for reporting the obvious. And I pass the mic.
So my thing is, I want to go back to the sister, right? I have someone that closer to me went to Ivy League school. First of all, he was a football player at that time, right? But he was very good on the field. At the same time, his GPA was really hard, right? And he went to Princeton. But the reason why Princeton took accepting him was the first thing they were looking at his GPA. Even though he was a football player, but they said his GPA was the number one thing that they were looking at.
That's the
Even though he
first
was
thing,
a football
CD.
player. Huh?
And that's the first thing they look at. You don't get into college
Yeah.
having low
That's the
GPA.
first thing to look at.
And then the thing that delineate or differentiate you from other people, your extracurriculum, your
Nobody
first
said
year,
nobody was qualified though.
first
Nobody ever
generation.
said people weren't qualified. Nobody's ever said nobody was qualified.
And that based on what? Merit. You gotta have that
No, this
GPA.
America. You know what you sound like? Y'all sound like the white. Y'all sound like the white people.
No, but
Y'all
you're cutting me off right now. I'm talking.
Okay,
please.
go. My bad. Go.
So to be frank, I thought you were very. I mean, you sound eloquent, but I thought you were very intelligent for you to come up with this kind of, false statement that they favor Africans to get into those Ivy League. Man, I'm just. I don't even know how to describe
the truth is the
anymore.
truth.
I'm really
Y'all said-
shocked that you said that.
You know who else have a hard time?
Anybody
White men specifically have a hard
but now
time
you're cutting me
believing.
off. It's my time to talk. You come here, you want to cut everybody off, and you calling the other guy ghetto guy.
Because y'all talking crazy. You talking crazy. You talking crazy.
I'm telling you,
white men have a hard time.
I have a life
See, that don't give you the right to interrupt him and be disrespectful.
And there you go.
It just doesn't.
There you go.
Let the man finish talking.
Ghetto Buck. Jason Whitlock. They were Jason Whitlock. Keep going, bro.
Please, sir, give me my time. Let me talk. So this kid, he very good on the first. He started in Texas, right? He was in Texas, and then his dad moved here, right? They even followed him here, but his GPA, he was very, very smart kid, right? He ended up going to Princeton, but at the same time, while he was playing football, he got hurt, right?
Okay.
When he got hurt, even the priority was the GPA. He got to get our 4-point GPA, and he ended up going to Princeton. So it's based on merit basis. Your performance got to be excellent before you go to any of this Ivy League school. But to say
that's not true.
Favor Africans over African Americans, that sounds so crazy. You're the first person I've ever heard this thing from.
I don't know about it. I don't know about the education. City. I don't know about it.
But for you, I'm shocked.
Okay,
I don't know about the education system in the US.
Let Miss go ahead, Miss Sisters.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry.
Okay, maybe I was unclear. I just don't want people to think that when someone is admitted to an Ivy League school, it does not mean that their record was superior than all other applicants in the field, because it was not. There are reasons why a certain person was chosen, and as I said before, region of the country, low income. Perhaps the last admission cycle, they had admitted too many people from a particular ethnic group, so they have to recalibrate. So it would be wrong for me to say that someone who got an admission into Harvard, their record was far superior than any and everyone else who applied. There are people with a strong academic profile who are being turned down, but they did not get admitted because there were other factors that were desirable. That's all that I'm saying.
Right.
We appreciate it. You churched it up.
I'm trying to follow up with that because
look, I don't know about the education system in the
It ain't
US.
your turn to talk. It ain't your turn to
You don't
talk.
say who turn it is, bro. You don't say who turn it is. This ain't your show.
Quincy.
You don't say who turn it is, bro.
We don't want to fight.
I wasn't even talking to you. I was following up with the young lady.
But I do want to go ahead, Quincy. Go ahead, Quincy.
Yeah, so following up with the school thing, right? Diane, is any Black American in here outside of the self-loathing Jason Whitlock guy? Any Black American in here knows America is not a meritocracy. And maybe sports is the closest thing to it, but definitely not academics. Like the young lady said, it's all different factors that go in. And for the record, I never said that any Africans that go to these schools aren't qualified. I never even spoke on the qualifications at all, right? And the thing is, I think my guy wants to believe it's a meritocracy in the same manner that white guys want to believe it's a meritocracy. They don't want to believe that they got an advantage because they white men. They just got to believe like, no, I worked hard and I earned this, and that's the only reason I got in this spot. When we all know that just ain't true. Not in this country. We know that ain't true. Right. So when we point this stuff out, and when we point this out, it's hard for y'all to hear, hey, look, okay, cool. You had the qualifications. Great, cool. But there are other factors as to why you got in this school. It's no coincidence that the majority of the black student body ain't black Americans. That's not a coincidence in a country where we're like 90% of the black Americans. That's not a coincidence. So that's all. That's all I wanted to say, man.
Yeah, my point was sorry guys.
Go to Africa.
Yeah, thank you, sir. My point was, it sounds like we're fighting over scarce. I mean, if the resources are scarce, I can understand why you're fighting over it. But if the resources are not scarce, black people are fighting over the same resources. That sounds a bit weird to me. It sounds a bit suspicious that somebody is not happy that another group of people are having, sharing the resources that could be shared. If not given to Africans, that same resources could be given to any other migrants, any other group of migrants. It could be Korean, it could be Chinese, it could be the Indians, it could be even worse migrant that will settle in America and take more of your jobs and your space. So it's very counterproductive from the African Americans who are heavily focusing on the African migrants sharing those resources. In the UK, there is a similar trend. Okay, luckily for us here, education is totally free until you go to university, where you get like some form of loan, and you only have to pay that loan back if you earn like a really good money. Basically, the threshold is really high. But the thing is, African students tend to excel any other race in the UK. I don't know why, but it is happening. Okay, and the Asians, these are the two most excellent students who are doing well. But I don't hear the local people, like the English people, are saying, "Oh, the Africans are coming here, they're taking all our resources away and stuff like that." You never hear that because education is free, it's subsidized. So I don't get the point.
It's no point, Africa. Let me ask you a question, Africa.
The point is, you could be black. You're black.
No, let him ask his question.
You're
You want to
black.
ask Africa, please. Just start interrupting him.
Africa, do you find it strange that black Americans are 45 million? Is probably 1 to 1.5 million.
Keep going, Jason Whitlock.
Africans in America, but it's 77 million Latinos. You get what I'm saying? And the last administration just let 15 million in. That they don't talk about that. They don't sit online and talk about the Latinos at all. But some type of way, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to punch up to the Latinos that made them the second minority, because before the Latinos came over here and got their numbers up, we was the first minority. Now we're the second. But do you find it odd that they punched down at the people that's 1.5 and not the 70 million people that don't want to have anything to do with it? Because there's some Africans like you, Africa, that want to touch bases with black Americans. But the Latinos want to shit on all black Americans, but they don't punch up at them at all. They only talk about the 1%. Do you find that strange, my brother?
I find it weird and very counterproductive. He's actually working against your own. And
right. Can I respond? When y'all get done, I'm going to respond. So that's what it is. When y'all get done, I'm responding.
Counterproductive.
Okay. Latinos aren't black.
I gotta read. I'm reading this. Let me read this.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Hey, Quincy, have you bought my documentary?
I have not bought the documentary.
All right, you gotta buy it. You gonna buy it?
You said we can stream it. I got you.
That's like that. I got you. Like, all right, I got you.
No. Look, Dinus, I do it tonight. Right hand to God, I do it tonight.
What's stopping you from doing it now?
Why you can't do it now?
Because I'm on the phone and my phone at 10%. That's why.
Oh, you don't have a laptop?
You ain't got no charger, FBA?
No computer?
You ain't got no computer?
Okay. If you know about phones do not have earbuds anymore. They have one USB port, one USB-C port, and I have my Logitech work headset plugged into the USB-C port.
All you have
That's
to do
why.
is mute your mic and go
get
over.
off
You
the
won't
shoe
lose
and
your
pay the
place.
money and come back in. That's very important to all right now.
Hey,
You
look,
gotta
I
pay
told
the
y'all I'm gonna do
connection.
it. Hey, hold on. I told y'all I'm gonna do it, and that's what it is. So y'all could go and move on to the next thing.
Yeah, we'll move on to the next person.
Hold on, guys. Let me Let me read this. Let me read the super chat first. Sorry about that.
Well, you got more excuses than a dude going to jail.
Pape 5602. Thank you for $10 holla. FBA people, I really hope you guys find peace. You are being psyop. Most of us Africans are getting in where we fit in. Born here, got a great job, land and houses in Senegal. Better wake the F up. Okay.
Can I please respond? Oh,
sorry.
Quincy,
go ahead. The floor is yours, Quincy. Go ahead.
Okay, two things. They keep saying what the whole we don't talk about Latinos. That ain't true. We do. This conversation is about Africans. So that's why we're talking about Africans in this conversation. And they keep bringing up other groups, right? Other groups can't do what my guy said earlier. My guy said, well, we're black too. Asians aren't black. They can't slide in and fulfill that black quota.
They do.
Latinos aren't black. I know it's some. I know that's on the surface. I know it get a little deeper, but for the most part, Latinos are not black. They cannot fulfill that black quota. Australians, anybody you pick, Filipino, anybody, they can come in and fill that black quota in the manner that Africans and Caribbeans can. So you all that's the whole point of Tether. The whole point of Tether is you literally get to quote unquote be us and pretend to be us. You know what I mean? And so stop asking the question of why we don't talk about other people, because other people can't pretend to be us. Second thing, my guy talked about limited resources, right? Yes, and the young lady, ma'am, she mentioned how there are limited resources, right? So the gist is, if there are limited resources, and we acknowledge that, right? And Black Americans been in this country, we've been 13% of the population. I don't believe it, but that's what they say. And we've been fighting for our seat at the table, right? Fighting for our seat at the table in this country, right? And we finally get a seat with these limited resources. And you know what happens as soon as we get the seat? Africans and Caribbeans come over and say, hey, scoot over. Even though you got your own country, y'all got your own countries with your resources, but you come over here to compete with us for our limited resources on our one seat that we got at this table. That's the big issue. We only got one seat. We've been fighting for what we got. And the moment that we get some traction, hey, y'all come trying to tell us, hey, scoot over in your seat. We just got the seat. We just got the seat.
Who allows that?
We just got the seat.
Blame the white man for that. Don't blame us.
Yeah,
blame
the white people that's it. Okay, so now you acknowledge that white people are using y'all. Now you acknowledge it, right?
Okay, then I have a quick question.
Now you acknowledge it.
How are they using us? How are they using us if we come to this country?
You just said blame the white man. You just said blame the white man, but now you don't know how you're using it.
Yeah, I mean, blame the white because he's the one who let us in.
Dumb because it's to your benefit to play dumb.
You don't have no power.
You don't have any power. That's why you left. You don't have no power. That's why you left your country.
You don't have no power. That's
you
why
don't have no power. You don't have no power.
You talking garbage.
That's why you ain't. That's why you're not in your country.
Ain't no scoot over nothing. If
I'm in my country. I'm in my country.
Whoever want to go to college, I'm in my
country. You left your country. You have no power.
Okay.
You were so cowardly. You didn't even want to fight for the power in your country. You left.
To go to college,
you were so cowardly. You were so cowardly that you left. You were so cowardly. You left. You had no power, and you left instead of fighting.
You all always talk about
left instead of fighting.
You know why you always talk about left and fighting? You know why you always talk about left and fighting?
You left. Don't talk to me. If you ran from your country, don't talk to me.
You keep on talking nonsense. If you ran from your country,
don't talk to me. If you ran from your country, don't talk to me about not having power, because you ain't even fight to get power in your country. You ran. So you to talk to anybody about not having power.
What country are you talking about? Look how stupid you is. What country are you talking about? What country are you talking about? Which country are you talking about? Which country are you talking about?
Babalika, hold on for a second. Let me make this one point. Even if he ran from his country,
he don't need your help.
Which country are you talking about?
Hold on, Babalika. Make a logical point real quick. Let's say if he ran from his country, you've been here 400 years with no power.
We don't need your help. Captain Saving African. Look at you putting the cape on.
They do.
Look at you putting the cape on. You are so self-hating. You are so self-hating. You are so self-hating. You hate being a Black American. You hate being a Black American.
Get on the losing team, bro.
You are so self-hating.
Listen, Quincy, I was in my country last month.
Where you at right now?
Last month, and I
come back.
I don't run.
Where you at right now?
I'm in America, but I don't run.
Okay, so stop talking to me. Don't talk to me about power. You ran over here. You ran over here where we did it. You ran over here where we did it. So don't talk to me about no power. We had enough power where you don't talk about not having power.
What did you do? What did you do?
Oh my
We did enough. We did enough where you over here. We did enough where you in your country.
What
we
did
did enough
you
where
do?
you in your country.
You won't do a goddamn thing but run your mouth.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay? Y'all always talk about what you doing. Y'all do
You
a
in America.
damn thing.
You in America. Talk big in your country.
You do a damn thing.
Talk big in your country.
You doing
Talk big in your country. Go back to your country and talk big.
Talking nonsense.
Black people don't run
to this country.
One mic.
Hold on. If they don't want to say it, I say we come to this country. We're gonna go to school. We're gonna do what we gotta do for our children and ourselves. We don't give a damn about what you're saying about who does and who fight and who does. I don't give a damn about all of that. I know I'm coming here to get educated and to make money. And that's what it is. For all this nonsense you're talking about, what we supposed to do? Kneel down and kiss the black American man foot? Get the hell out of here with that nonsense. Ain't nobody gonna do that.
That's
We're gonna do what we gotta do.
Self-hatred.
Hey, CD, my people been here for over 400 years, and I'm telling you, not one time of them 400 years that black people don't ran anything in America, but they mouth. That's all we do is run our mouth and complain, and we punch down. And we talk about the Africans. We talk about listen to his logic. I told you when they go over 40% FBA, they turn into retards. He said that the Africans said scoot over, but the Latinos said we taking over. We stepping on you. We're not dealing with you at all. We taking over the business. We taking over the construction. We got political lobbies. You get what I'm saying? We got political organizations.
Exactly.
The black people don't do shit but vote 92% Democrat, even though the Democrats don't give them shit. So even if you got 5 million, even if you got 2% of black Americans that sit on the couch, they think they making some move. They're not courting black people because black people got junkyard dogs. They can sit in the yard like, this my yard, this my yard, this my yard, and have no power. No power. This my yard, this my yard, this my yard, this my yard. But then when Massa come on and slap it on the ass, they be like, Massa, why you don't love us? Massa, why you don't love us? You know, so we've been here for 400 years. We helped build it. And Massa look at them, CD in Africa, Massa look at them dead in their faces here. Yeah, you built America, but I was standing on that horse. I was sitting on that horse with a whip while you was building it. You was out there, you dug up them sugar canes in those cotton fields while I was sitting on the horse with a whip, beating you, raping you, disenfranchising you. Black people don't do shit. Black people don't do shit. As soon as the white men left black people alone, what did they start doing? They started killing each other, robbing each other, and disenfranchising each other. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, the white people need to come in, and I like the way that the white people come in black neighborhoods and gentrifying it because it makes the neighborhood have equity. Not black people that own houses in the urban area are having equity in their houses because of the gentrification. As long as the neighborhood was all black, people weren't able to borrow money from the bank to do construction to make their house more valuable because black people drop down the rates of the houses. Gentrification raises up
not all places, bro.
Okay, listen, it's nothing that's 99%. It's the point that we even have to make that distinction that everything ain't 99%. But what I'm saying is that we don't have no power. But we want to sit up there and complain about 1% while the Latinos outnumber. I tell you what's a fact. What's the fact is that it's 89 million Latinos here, and they got a political organization, and they got all type of, they lobbying, they putting up their candidates. Name me the political organization that black people have. Name me where they putting in money to raise up a candidate from grassroots.
You know what bothers me is
zero.
The black caucus. The black caucus is not. They're not doing anything for black Americans. It bothers me, especially in California for the reparations. Black caucus were the ones who didn't support reparations. It will have almost passed in California. It will have almost passed. It was black caucus, black Americans. I'm sorry.
It was Black
Brother.
Americans that voted it down. Black
Yep.
Americans voted down the
Yep.
reparation thing.
Shocking.
No, Africa.
That's
That's
shocking.
true. That's true, Africa. This is
That is
self.
shocking.
You're not here, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
These people get some self-hatred for themselves. Everything this guy is saying right now is true.
Talk about scoot over. If the people come here from other countries and doing what you got to do,
you know what? You told me that. You know, in the UK. Sorry, Babaliku. In the UK.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead, Africa.
I mean, black people like the Black British that settled here in over the last 10 years, they managed to do well because if you speak to most white people, they will tell you they'd rather live in a city like mine, where there's majority admixture with black people, than living in the Asian area. You know, they stay away from the Asian area because the black people manage to work with gentrification, and those like what Uncle Sim was saying, you know, those that had equity, like some of the Caribbeans that came here during the Windrush, those that have property, they have actually managed to have enough money because their property's value has gone up, and the city is clean, the crime rate is down, and so they managed to cope well. And the Africans who migrated to other cities also, they managed to purchase their properties, and crime rate went down. They look after the area. You don't see litters everywhere. They don't have problem collecting their bins. But if you go to the Indians or Pakistani city, majority-led cities, people don't want to live there. It's just rundown. It's just the most talked about. So there must be some good in our communities, but we're not nurturing that very well. This is how it sounds like to me. And what I'm seeing over there, the way it sounds, it's like how the UK used to be like about over 15 years ago. You're just in that same. I think we're ahead of your time. It will come together, but you need master, as Sim said, to give you more week to align it together, to realize, oh shit, this FBA Africa, all this stuff that we're fighting over, it's not necessary because these people are gonna treat us the same anyway. When they come down to it, they're gonna put us in the same, pack, and they're gonna deal with us properly. And I think these are the things that unify black people in general. I think you're probably 2 steps behind us. I can see it happening.
I agree with that. I agree with everything you're saying. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't change the fact that when the reparation was trying to get pushed in California, when they was trying to have other thing, it was black people.
Yeah.
It was black America, the Black Caucus, not the governor of California.
Yep.
It was the black people, black Americans that shot it down. Hold on. They didn't even bring it to a vote, Africa. They wouldn't even let it. All they had to do was vote on it and let it go to the governor's desk. They said, no, it's called tabling it. They tabled it. It wasn't a tether. It wasn't a person from South Africa. It wasn't a person from Nigeria. It wasn't a person with Ghana descent. It was 400 years of slavery, 400 years of Jim Crow, 400 years of the ancestors, black Americans that voted it down.
Yeah.
It ain't not one word. And after they voted down, only thing the FBA did is start complaining. Because that's all they got.
Yeah, they got to take accountability for themselves now, man. And stop blaming other people.
Listen, hold on, Africa. This is the last thing. This is the last thing I'm going to say, Africa. I promise you. Listen, my family is here. I can see what we do. My family members, they come around, they sit around. I just had a cookout at my house. All they talk about is what we need to do, what we need to start doing. And I'm like, God damn, we've been here 400 years. It's 2026, and y'all still talking about what we need to start doing? Y'all still talking about it. They all looked at me like I said something wrong. I said, what are y'all talking about? We should have been putting our money together. We should have been pooling our houses together so we can get other houses. Yeah, you should have sold grandmama house. Yeah, you should have sold auntie house. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, you should have took that trip to the Cayman Islands. Yeah, you should have put some money for your kids. If you don't like white people teaching your kids, send them to the private school. But then we always talk about it after the fact. Africa. That's what we do. We're
Yep.
not proactive. We're reactive. So that's why you can tell in the argument
Yeah.
that we're making is more reactive. We got all this money. We got all this intellectual property. We know how to do everything. We better than everybody, but we know how to do everything else. But come up with 6 to 7 funds that's operated by Black attorneys, you know what I'm saying, trust, and we collectively, everybody just throw in a couple of dollars in their month. If we just put in a couple of dollars every month, we'll have $80 million. What could we do with that $80 million? I don't know, but we could come up with certain things. We can start coming up with a list. But the thing about it, we can't even get together to come up with a list. And this is the last thing. If we want to get reparations, they don't even understand economics because a bottle of water would cost $163.
Yep. And Maya, let me ask the sister something, Maya. In school, right? When African and Caribbean people come here and Black Americans are here, does the college say you can't come in because I'm taking these people in college first, or that's how that work? Because this guy saying we just say scoot over, like we come into college and kick them out, like they can't stay in the college. So I don't understand what he's talking about. If you gotta go to college and you make it in the college, nobody's gonna kick you out of college. So you mean stay scoot over? Scoot over where? You in college? Nobody's gonna kick you out unless you're doing bad. So I'm asking Maya, the sister, because I know she was a professor. Once people from other countries come into the to college, do they kick out the African Americans?
They don't kick them out because they're African Americans.
Thank you.
They kick them out. You know, if they are not academically successful or for other reasons.
Right. So it ain't got nothing to do with us coming here. So it ain't got nothing to do with us coming here and coming to college. It's because of the academia.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
but that's not what I said though.
But see, that's what
what
I can tell everybody, man.
But that's not what I said.
About disrespect. It's not about African don't respect or it's not about we don't understand history. It's just like they just don't want to compete with their own race. It's a self-hatred.
That's not what anybody said.
One thing you were talking about
that's
right now.
That's not what anybody said.
Okay,
y'all misconstruing what I said.
I'm talking to
No, that's what you said, man. That's what you said.
Let's say, for example,
that's not what I said.
You are saying something today, right? You mentioned something that
when
there's
I was talking about
let me give you one example.
I'm trying to clarify what I said because y'all doing a lot of talking about what I said.
When I
but
come
you
there,
wrong.
you clarify what you want to say. There's an organization they call NABA. It's a Black Accounting Association. They have one for the accounting, they have one for finance, they have one for engineering, medical, and everything, right? NABA I'm a member of. They have a lot of Chinese and Japanese and Koreans are part of the NABA group. Just Google it. But the name is Black Accounting Association, right? And sometimes you get a very good job through those type of organization, right? If you are going through college, if you're about to graduate, if you are a member and you have a decent GPA, sometimes you get a job through that. So who are we the African that exploiting you guys more or the Chinese? Even though this is a Black Accounting Association, why is it that the Chinese and the Japanese are more benefiting from it? And it's a Black organization. Then you guys now looking up to these guys, only Africans that even getting 0.00% of that opportunity, because we look like you guys, we all Black. All you have to do is to go after African. We have a population of like 1.5 million. Why how do you call them? The Mexican or the other how do you call them? How do you call these people? Man, I'm just forgetting. Chinese, Japanese, right? Or in other race from certain part of America, but they are all benefiting from this Black organization. Why you're not going after these people? Who the African that at least 1.5 million in this country you're going after? If not self-hatred.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. I don't even know that organization that you're speaking of. You just said you
Google it. NABA. Anybody can Google it. Yeah, NABA.
No, but you asking it. Okay, cool. But you asked me why we ain't going for it. I don't even know. I don't know anything about it. I didn't know it until you just said it. Okay. So how I'm supposed to go after something I don't even know? But there shouldn't be any. If it's a
little bit of thing that you guys.
You asked me a question, man.
But the
you asked me a
Chinese
question.
and the Japanese and the Korean.
I'm answering the question. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. A, I don't know it, so that's why nobody's going, because I don't know anything about it. B, if it's a black organization, I'm in IT. B,
you want to tell me there's
my God, I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question. Answer your question. If it's a black organization, it should be a black organization. Those other groups shouldn't even be in there. So I don't know why they're in there. But they shouldn't call themselves a black organization. I mean, that's just is what it is.
What other groups are you talking about? What other groups should be in there?
The groups he just said. The groups he just mentioned. The non-black groups that he just mentioned, my guy. And to answer you, when I was speaking about the little chair, that wasn't about college admissions. So I was speaking about just the resources in this country and the fight that black Americans have been doing forever to get this seat in this country. Right? That's what I'm speaking of. We've had that seat for less than one generation, and we already got to deal with other black folks from around the world coming in telling us scoot over into one seat when you come from a whole black country.
You don't have
and I'm still answering your question. And because you asked that young lady, you asked the lady a misleading question. I never said they kick out black Americans for Africans. I never said that.
You said it.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Guys scoot over.
I never said anybody was kicked out.
Did you say to tell you guys scoot over when
Did
we
you
come
not just hear what Did you not just hear what I said about that? About the chair analogy? Did you just miss that?
But yes, listen. This is
that wasn't about school. That wasn't about school. That was about the resources and black Americans trying to get our place in this country and
so
get our spot in this country. Not so just school, just everything.
So you think that
as far as school, let me ask you a question about school, because I never said that they kick out black Americans for. I never said that. What I said was Africans should not be able to fulfill the quota for black students. They should be treated like international students. It should be ethnic based, not race based. That way you can't just say, "Hey, I'm black too, I could do it." No, but this is for Jim Crow. This is for slavery. A lot of these Ivy League schools was built by slaves. That wasn't you, my guy. That wasn't you. That wasn't no Caribbeans over here. That wasn't no Africans over here. That was the black American slaves that built a lot of these schools. So if they're sitting out there doing initiatives and making sure that a certain percentage of their school is supposed to rectify and atone for that, that ain't for you. Even if you're black, it's not for you. And you know that, but you go pretend like you don't because it's to your benefit to pretend like you don't. So let's not play dumb. You all smart, but y'all acting like y'all don't understand that. It wasn't for you. When they was atoning for slavery, they weren't talking about no Africans. They weren't. And you know they weren't. So let's stop playing dumb. If you're smart, then be smart. But you can't be smart and dumb at the same time.
Doesn't matter. People are going to go wherever. You have to understand. Wherever is. When they say it's not for us, right? You say Caribbean blacks. But as Africa for was saying, it doesn't matter. People from China, Europe, everybody's going to come and get a piece of the pie. They don't care.
You still talking about non-black people. I'm not talking about non-black people.
No, but I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to make a point, just like you make a point with the
Chinese don't fulfill the black code. Chinese people don't fulfill the black code.
Just like you make a point with the chair. Just as you're saying, everybody's gonna go where they have opportunity. It doesn't matter if you was there, you help out with your forefathers help out with Jim Crow. They don't care. They're gonna come and do what they got to do to take care of their family. So what I'm telling you is, it doesn't matter what your forefathers did in the past, which is not even you guys. That's your forefathers.
Okay,
so
great.
Why are you? No.
So everybody understand what he just said. Everybody understand what he just said. If they're going to give him a loophole, if they're going to give him a loophole, if they're going to give him a loophole to take advantage of opportunities that weren't intended for him, he's going to take it.
Why not?
He's going to take it, even though it was intended for black Americans. And y'all saying we should unify. But black Americans, so we should unify with this. We should unify with this. When he knows he's being used against us, and we should unify because you have no loyalty. You just said your family gotta eat. That's your priority. That's your loyalties. Your loyalties ain't with us. Your loyalties ain't with us, but we supposed to unify. But you can't even respect these boundaries.
But don't matter. Listen, once you hear, you gonna say, I live in New York for 20 years. When Eric Garner was arrested, well, hold on.
So if it's dog eat dog, then it's dog eat dog. And there's no loyalty. There's no unifying.
When Eric Garner got controlled by the police, guess what? Ain't no Americans alone was there. Africans was there. Caribbean was there, and Africa. So you talking nonsense. So that's what I'm saying.
No. You showed me it's dog eat dog. You have no loyalty.
When stop
you're going to take advantage of any loophole the white man presents.
I am going to take opportunities and make it better for myself. Yes.
And everybody listen. We're supposed to unify with this. Everybody listen.
Hold on.
We're supposed to unify with this.
At the same,
we're supposed to unify with this.
I mean, where's unity? At the same time, we're
supposed to unify with this.
Everybody get together. I'm already telling you.
We're supposed to unify with this.
I'm all over America. I'm in Oklahoma right now.
The white man gives a loophole. The white man gives a loophole to undermine Black Americans, and he's going to take advantage of it. But we're supposed to unify with this.
No, don't take advantage. You in America.
I want everybody to hear that. Everybody heard it, right?
You should take advantage of it too.
Everybody heard it, right?
Take advantage of it. Why Black Americans don't take advantage of it?
Black Americans do, but Black Americans also have to compete with people who wasn't even supposed to be.
We're not talking about I'm not taking advantage of it. Stop complaining and do what you got to do. Take advantage of it.
You hear? Everybody hear this, right?
To take advantage of it. You see, this is the problem.
The problem is no. If you know so much, why are you here?
And you complain.
If you know so much, then why are you in America and not in your home country fixing it?
Take advantage of it. You take advantage of it too. It's there for you. And you say that.
Dog eat dog. Right. It's a dog eat dog word. Everybody hear it. Everybody hear that, right? It's dog eat dog. There's no loyalty.
Look, I totally agree. If African American have problem with Black immigrant going there undermining the stuff that they.
There's no undermining. There's no undermining.
No. I'm not saying they are.
Undermining. How is undermining when you come to better yourself?
Let me make my point. I'm not saying they are. I say I totally agree if they are going there to undermine the civil rights, including the Caribbeans, because the Caribbeans also fought for civil rights. Okay, in the UK, the Caribbeans and the African, they fought. For majority of the Caribbean, they fought a lot for civil rights. And I can totally understand if African migrants are coming here to undermine those hard work and the foundation that they laid down. I totally agree. But to say African migrants, going to the US or coming to the West, sharing the resources, that been funded by the general taxpayer is a problem.
I didn't say that.
No, but it sounds like it to me. Okay, there is a problem of hate, of self-hate, of hatred of the other law, because that's
not self-hatred. No, that's not self-hatred. When you're on the airplane, my God.
Africa. That's what I tell you guys every day. That this is not self-hatred. This is not about African disrespecting African American.
It's self-preservation.
We don't know their history. This is just a self-hatred. I'm telling you right now.
No, it's not self-hatred because I'm not African, so I'm not hating on another. I'm not hating on my group.
Sorry, guys. I'm
sorry, Africa. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, this is why I'm glad I've listened a lot. The last few shows that you had that I've been speaking, because I'm trying to listen and understand where you guys are coming from. Because I've been to America, I haven't lived there for long, okay, and I haven't schooled in America. I schooled here and back in Africa.
Okay.
The way is, the more I listen to you guys, the more I understand where both of your points are coming from. Or I can see, there's some level of animosity towards the African migrant, coming from the FBA. And also, I can see also some, not all, some of the African migrants who went there have actually given you African people a bad rep towards this migrant. And now, it's like both of these group are actually at each other online, and having this sort of conversation and bickering, and it's going to lead to somewhere. And as I said in the past, they have led to physical violence and people going to the right to put based on emotions instead of being strategic. And this is exactly what the enemy like, and this is why they do things like this. This is exactly what they did in the plantation, and they will do it again.
Africa. Let me tell you, this even this, we experience this in Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, example, in Liberia right now. The Mandingo was there, the other tribe was against the Mandingo, right? But now, the new force that is coming out is the Fulani. The Fulani are taking over Liberia right now in Guinea, right? But because of their success level and their education, their business, achievement, people against them.
Yeah.
People will always fabricate certain things against them, right?
Right.
It's same
Yeah.
thing, even in Africa right now. The football federation over there, the chairman for the federation is Diallo. He was born in
Okay.
Africa. His great grandparents were born there. His father
Mm.
was the first tiller that was so included for football, right? But
Right. Right.
now the Ivorians are speaking against him because he's Diallo. But he's Ivorian,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And there's another
Yeah. You gotta.
Fulani guy that played for Africa, Cote d'Ivoire.
Yeah.
And they now
Yeah.
complain. They always complaining. They now complaining much about him because he's on the field, right? But the guy who
Yeah.
is this federation chairman because he's been Diallo, they're speaking
Yeah.
against him, right? But
Yeah.
look at
Yeah.
France. The football soccer federation over there, Philip Diallo. We don't hear any noise behind him because he's doing his job. So if white
Yeah.
men can accept a Diallo, why we African, even though there are not many Diallo from Africa, why you can accept him because of his social level? So this is
Yeah.
nothing about self-hatred. When people see you that you are getting to be successful and achieving
Mm.
things, that animosity come, that jealousy, it come with a jealousy. And people don't want
Mm.
to accept that fact. It's nothing about, it's nothing else.
Yeah,
It's all it's about.
I agree. I agree
It's
now.
all it's about.
Mm.
It's
Because
not
So
about.
so so
No.
so so let me
why are we stopping?
hey,
We're not stopping
let
Black Americans from anything. So what
my
they
guy,
saying is
my guy,
happening.
my
It's
my
not
guy,
true.
my guy. Let me talk to Africa to you because you
Mm.
pretty cool. We done talked a couple times, right?
Mm.
And so this so I'm gonna approach this from a different angle, right?
Mm.
I mentioned one time young lady earlier talked about inheritance and stuff, right? And for the most part, the gist of what I'm really getting at is Black Americans, we weren't specific enough back in the 60s when we advocated for a lot of what we advocated for, right? We just said Black people because at the time we were the 99.99% of the Black people in America. It was very minimal,
Mm.
like minimal Africans and Caribbeans in America prior to 1965, right? So the language that we used was, "Hey, we want to do it for Black people," right? That was 60 years ago, but now that's come to backfire on us, right? Because we weren't specific. We weren't delineating at the time because we didn't need to. We was pretty much the only Black people in America, right? So we didn't necessarily
Mm.
need to delineate because we were like 99.9% of the people, right? Fast forward 60 years, a lot of the Caribbean started popping up in the 70s and 80s. A lot of Africans came in the 90s and the 2000s. Now we're not the only group of Black people in America anymore, right?
No.
But we've never updated the language, right? So we still say Black people, and that's why your guy could say, "Well, I'm Black too," right? And so even like the institutions, the college admissions, what is what is it with the census, as far as how you specify Black people in America, it's playing catch up. It's playing catch up because up until this point we didn't delineate. We didn't. We was all Black. We would just say we Black is cool, right? That's come back to bite us, but because we was on some we all Black stuff, we didn't keep tabs of what was going where, and are we getting what was intended for us, right? Yes, if you off the rip, when you talk about affirmative action, the majority of that went to white folks. That was supposed to be for Black people, but the majority of it went to white women. Right? And then so not just with Africans and Caribbeans, just all other groups who come here, other non-white groups who come to America, they tap into these minority benefits, right? Even though it was never meant for them. Like you got Mexicans hopping the border, Chinese people coming over, everybody coming over, Indians coming over, tapping in and utilizing these minority programs that was never intended for them. That wasn't intended for no Southeast Asians. It wasn't intended for Filipinos. But because we didn't specify that language, it left the door open for everybody to use it, right? And you know who loves that more than anybody, more including the immigrants. But white supremacy in America loves it because they know that, hey, Black Americans ain't getting what they're supposed to get. They were supposed to get $100. They're probably getting $22, if that, out of the 100, because they know, because you say minority, shoot, gay white men are minorities, white women, other, Asians, Indians, African. Everybody's getting these minorities, right? And so what you look up and if you're tracking progress and say, okay, how much have Black Americans improved, right? And you look up and it's not on the trajectory it's not as much as it should have been. Some of that is for our own doing, because we're not perfect. Some people just mess up. It is what it is. But for those who are on the right path, and we're supposed to get those resources, get those college, get those spaces in college. We're supposed to get those grants. Anything that's supposed to be for minorities. Now we're competing. Even if you take away Africans and Caribbeans, we're competing with all these other groups that just got here, that's taking advantage of this stuff that was never intended for them, that was supposed to come to us, right? So the main gist that's happening right now, this is what's happening right now. In the last 10 or so years, Black Americans are waking up and saying, hold on, we cut a bad deal. We cut a bad deal. We weren't as specific enough in our language back in the 60s. We look up 60 years later, we hadn't made the progress that we should have made, and we trying to look and say, well, where did all these resources go? And you looking up and you seeing all these other people getting what was intended for you, right? So it's kind of it's kind of like we're trying to renegotiate the deal, or we're trying to just kind of rein it in. Like when you're on the airplane, they say put your mask on first, right? And so we're trying to redirect everything back to us, right? So it's easy to take out Chinese people. It's easy to take out Filipinos, Mexicans, Australians, white women. You know why? Because they ain't Black, right? So it's easy to
I know where you're going. Yeah, right, I think I got your point. Yeah.
Right, it's easy to get to right. Well, let me just slam. Give me two more minutes. It's easy to get those. Okay. So then you get to Black. Then you get to Black people, right, in this country. And you look up, and Diners know this because I said it a million times. If you got a Black scholarship, Black Americans apply for it, Caribbeans apply for it, Africans apply for it for a Black scholarship, right? So even though it's in our country, we really meant Black American, but now, our Black children got to compete for our Black children for a Black scholarship, got to compete with Africans and Caribbeans for a Black scholarship. Even though there are Caribbean specific, I know for a fact, because I helped my sister look up scholarship. This is when I discovered this. There are Caribbean specific, Jamaican, Grenadian, anything you name it, African specific scholarships. But for us, like I said, we never updated the language. You know what I mean? So if it's a Nigerian scholarship, they go double check and make sure you're Nigerian for you to get that scholarship. But see, for Black people, because we late to the party on being specific, not just Black, but being specifically Black American. We late to the party, right? And we're just trying to rein it in and trying to fix what we just messed up. Like we messed up. We messed up. We didn't specify the language, and now that we're trying to specify the language, we get all these attacks from the Africans and Caribbeans because it was a loophole in there that the white man left open that allowed them to kind of come in and just, hey, this is for Black people. Okay, well, I'm Black, I'm gonna get it too, right? It was a loophole.
I said it earlier, didn't I?
Just like he said earlier, the guy said earlier, well, I'm Black too, I could get it too. It was a loophole. And now that Black Americans are trying to push to try to close those loopholes, you get everything that you hear tonight. People lashing out, people crashing out, they mad, they gaslighting like what's happening isn't happening, and we're seeing it. This didn't pop out of thin air. Black Americans over the last we've been noticing it, and then when you go and you compare your notes, like, hey, who's over there? Like, what are they? Right quick, hold on, they over there, what are they? And then you look up, and people been comparing notes. Like, yeah, over at my school, like I said, Cornell is full of Black immigrants as far as the Black population go. So it's we get what we get now, and I'm gonna land right here. Honestly, in the heart of hearts, as a Black American who grew up on some we all Black stuff, I was on some shout out to Africa, shout out to Caribbean, shout out to all of that. It is disappointing. I won't say it hurts, but it's more so like disappointing to see that when we're trying to help ourselves and we're saying we're acknowledging our mistakes, we didn't specify the language, we trying to fix it, and everybody is kicking and screaming, insulting us, gaslighting us, calling us names, all of that, and I'm gonna tell you that is what sparks more FBA, because then people just get pissed off and say, "The hell with it, I'm going for FBA. The hell with it, because y'all ain't giving, you're not giving no leeway." You heard my guy. He said he gonna take advantage of the loophole.
1 second.
But you guys,
I mean,
so all the fight
Sidi.
you have been fighting. First of all, your target at the beginning of the year was to boycott all African businesses, right? That did not work, right? Your boycotted target, that did not work. And now the route that you guys come your way
Based on
is
what
the
metric?
Africans are taking over their
Hold on.
opportunity.
Based on what it didn't work. Based on what metric?
Sidi, can I
Because
respond
but
to
it
him
did not
quickly?
affect any African businesses. They all stay on their feet. They stay moving strong. So it did
Okay.
not have any impact on the African businesses. They still moving strong. So
Okay.
if it was not some
Yeah.
sort of hatred and jealousy, why would you want to boycott African businesses? But that did not
No.
work. And now you're coming
Okay.
up with something again, tethering that all Africans are taking over your opportunity.
That's
Right?
not
Africans not respecting you.
That,
So
that,
we don't
look,
even
guys,
know what is the
let me
main
respond
point
to
that
him.
you guys fighting for.
That's just
Africa.
Yeah,
What is the main point?
Yeah. So look, I think there are different things here. You said a lot for me to swallow, but I think there are different points that I can see where you're coming from also, Quincy, right? But you're facing something that basically you try not ethnicize your group of people, but it's how you go around it. Okay, basically you want to be recognized as an ethnic group in America, it not being not been boxed into one group as Black African. But you should remember the African migrant that's coming to America is not their doing. They cannot help that. They're not the people that can decide that. So I think the Black Caucus in America is something that they should really take seriously. And I think that is something you guys, the FBA or African Americans, I would not say FBA, I would say I'm Black African American native of the slave descendants, the original African Americans, not the migrant African Americans. It's something that they should really take seriously when it comes to legalizing the ethnicity, in all the states, if that's not been already done by the system. If they haven't done that, and I think that's a really foul play, by the US government, is unfair, because having to box African Americans who are the foundational people who've been there since 400 years to migrant that just came there yesterday, who can be just arrested in the street, deported, and excluded because they're not really native. Because if you live in a place for over 400 years, you're nearly native. Let's be honest, okay? So wait. Let me before I miss the point. Just like Caribbean, they are almost like native to the Caribbean today because they've been there for nearly 400 years. I know they're African descent, but they're native to where they are now. Okay, so for you to just be boxing with migrants, that's totally unjust. I totally disagree with that. Okay, and so therefore, it's not the African migrants' fault that you've been boxed into the same, corner with you guys. So you need to focus that energy on the government to actually focus on changing that into law to say, look, we are African Americans who've been here for 400 years. You know that we cannot be put in the same box as the African migrants who came here yesterday. And I'm sure even the Supreme Court can see that and identify and deal with that straight away. Because many of the civil rights law that came, many of the law that black or that migrants are enjoying in America came from your struggle, from you guys. And I think that's something you should 100%.
Okay, but Africa, the thing is,
that's why
the whole thing is, how can they box there? How can they box there? Because the fact is, not even 1% of the African American population are FBAs, right? So on the job application, you have
FBA and Black American is the same thing.
So okay, on the job
Black
application,
American native.
Okay, on the job application, all they have is African American / African, right? That's what they have on the job application, right?
One second. So can they differentiate? Is that a system in place in America?
No, because
between the Black American? No, wait.
Africa.
It's
there's no
only the
system
It's only the
oh
black
God.
Americans that saying that the white men know. When the white man look at me, I was spoken the other day. He said, you're black. You're black. You're just like all the others."
Yes.
They are not looking at you like it's only these FBA saying this dumb nonsense.
Yeah.
No,
It's dumb nonsense. So,
hold on.
hey,
You know what?
hey, so to answer your question,
Babaliko.
Africa,
Let me just make my
they're
point,
not
guys.
looking at us like no separation, man. They're looking at us as the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
And I think that's wrong. And I think
that's not
wrong.
true. That's not true.
And I think that's
And,
wrong.
and the African, I would tell you this. I would tell you this, right?
No, okay, wait,
The
guys.
reason
Hey,
some
let
of us don't even have
quarterback it.
Oh
opportunity,
God,
the reason
I
some
got
of us
him.
don't have opportunity in America, right? Because they
It's
put
not to
all
do
of us into
opportunity.
right? If
It's
they
not
were
to
to
do.
differentiate it, between Jamaican, African, and African American, I would tell you this, right? The white folks will prefer hiring African
It
and
doesn't. That's not the
Caribbean
point.
than American.
That's no. That's
No,
not the
no,
point.
but I'm just telling you this.
That's not true.
That's not the point. My point
That
is.
is true. Keep going.
My point is, guys. Let me repeat again because I don't think guys understand me. My point is the black Americans who've been in America for over 400 years as an ethnic group cannot be identified as an African to the same level as an African migrant who was born in the US. That is definitely wrong on
No,
all
they
levels.
don't. They don't even do that.
Anyone,
Who
if they cannot,
who
if
said
there's no,
that?
if
I don't
there's
think
no,
Africa know what he's talking about there, man. You
Man,
no,
who said that they
okay,
put all of us into
See,
one bucket?
yeah, hey,
It's not.
Africa. You see how much sense you're making, and they just fighting this simple point.
This is not
It's,
what that
okay.
happened.
So
it's a simple
no,
point.
but okay, no, but hold on. So CD, so the black Americans who, like, for example, people like Dinus and Quincy,
Quincy.
Quincy. So when they fill a form, is there any way so there's no system in place that will separate them from African migrants who were born in the US, or there is a system that separate them?
It's
Which
a
one?
system that, first of all, on my
Not right
passport,
now.
right?
Not
On my
right now.
passport. First of all, someone, because most of them don't have a passport, right? So African American, they don't
Wait,
know how the
They
system
that's
works.
dude,
not
stop
matter.
that.
So on
That
my
Stop
doesn't
that.
passport,
matter.
That's
right?
unnecessary. That's unnecessary.
My country of origin is on my passport, even though I have an
No, but it's not
American
because you're not
passport.
born. You're not born there. But if you was born there, or
Okay, but
your grandparents were born,
even if you are born here, they have African American / African, right? We can be identified
so
by our names. They know this is African name. It's very, very simple
no,
to
I
classify it.
No,
don't.
so
Sorry,
So
I
right.
don't
So
buy into that.
let me
I don't
ask
buy
you.
into that.
Let me ask you a question. Africa.
you want the
So
application.
so right
So
now,
in
Yeah.
Britain, how it
right
works in
now,
Britain?
no.
How it
To
works
answer
in
your
Britain?
question, let
How
me
it
Yeah,
works
go
in
on.
Britain?
Africa. Let me answer
Okay.
this question.
In
Okay,
Right
I'll answer
Britain,
now,
that, CD.
no.
let me explain what
Okay.
is in Britain. Then
Africa.
when they
No, hold on.
differentiating
I'm trying
and
to
when they black
answer
in Britain,
Africa's
do
question.
they
He
say
asked about America.
Caribbean African, Caribbean black and black African on
Yeah, they
application in
got
Britain?
B1, they got Black African, they got Black British, they got Afro Caribbean, they
Yeah.
got
Right.
they got Africans, so they
So
got
Africa,
different classifications.
Africa. I'm trying to answer your question, man. As it stands right now, no, they don't differentiate right now. All right.
It
And
does.
no. For the most, no.
It does.
It does it for the most part. If you look at college applications or job applications
They
or
don't.
stuff like that, for the most part, it doesn't. Right? It doesn't. But what I'm saying,
Does.
okay. All right. If you, I don't know, whatever you see, okay. I'm not gonna argue with you.
No,
Whatever you see.
why would it?
Let me. I'm trying to answer his question. Give me a second. But so as it stands right now,
All right,
overall,
guys.
it
It's
doesn't.
late for me. It's
But
11
that
o'clock and time for me to go to bed, man. But it
okay,
was a
go to
good
bed.
conversation with you guys, and we'll talk.
Yo,
Have a good night, Babido,
Yeah,
Babaliko. Good
Abeliko.
night, man.
all right.
And
Big
So
brother,
as it
Quincy,
take
good
stands,
care.
night, man. It was a good
It's
conversation
all
with you
love.
guys. But thank you.
Yeah,
All right, big
good
bro.
night,
Bye
man.
bye.
You
All
take
right,
it
peace.
easy. Yeah.
yeah.
All right,
As it
love.
stands, all right. Good night, bro. As it stands right now, no. But what I'm saying is that's going to change, right? With the delineation movement, not FBA movement, the delineation movement, because it's more than just FBA. Some people identify as ADOS, some people identify as Freeman, some people identify as Solon. It's all of these different names for the same thing, which is Black Americans who descend from this slavery who built this country, right? With that, it will those forms will be updated. I've seen I forgot what city or state it was, but there was a city or state that did differentiate Black, Caribbean, and African. They did differentiate it. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And to be, and what I'm honestly, my view of it is that what you're hearing from Africans who what you're hearing is a lot of kicking and screaming because the loophole is being closed, right? So you can't say, hey, I'm Black too, and I'm gonna, fulfill this quota, right? The loophole is being closed, and honestly, that's where a lot of anger comes in. And honestly, that's what I think it was maybe 2018 or 17 or whatever when I first got on this journey with the whole Africa and the whole delineation. When I first got on this journey, and I saw how Africans and Caribbeans responded to Black Americans saying, "Hey, we need to be specific." It's been negativity from them from the get-go, and that was extremely disappointing. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Back then, no, you can't tell me what I experienced, bro.
That's not true.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
No, not from experience. I experienced negativity from you guys, from FBAs.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. That's great. That's great. I'm telling Africa back around that 2017, 28 when this thing first popped up, and I saw how them. I'm gonna be transparent. It kind of hurt. I was like, hold on, man. I thought we was all down together. I thought you ride for us and we ride for you, and now we need y'all to ride for us because we trying to do this thing over here. We trying to make sure we get what we supposed to get from this country, and y'all running interference and kicking and screaming and calling us names and calling us. I was genuinely confused at first as to why it made them so mad, right? And then I realized they pissed because the well is going to dry up. They pissed because they can't take advantage of that loophole no more. They pissed because you can't say I'm Black too, so I can fulfill this Black quota. I can give me this job, admit me to this college because I'm Black too. They pissed because we are the only.
Africa. To be honest, Quincy,
Africa. Let me tell you.
Let Africa respond, please.
Go to your country. These people go to your country and take resources and make deals. Nothing is going to change. A lot of these people here don't.
Can Africa please respond?
Hold on. Let me finish. A lot of you guys don't understand the deals these people make. So nothing is going to change. You don't understand how the government works. Okay, they make deals and they keep you out of it. You don't even know stuff what that goes on.
Okay, so you find what they're making deals to disenfranchise us. You find as long as you get your cut. You find with us being messed over as long as you get your cut.
Hold on, what cut? People troubles, the people going all over and doing what they got to do.
You said it. You're going to take advantage of it. You're going to take advantage of it. So you're going to take advantage of the fact that they undercutting us, and you fine with it because, hey, we can't change it. So Black Americans get messed over.
You got 400 years. Nobody undercut. You got every opportunity on your own.
Everybody listen to him.
You don't want to take your opportunity.
Everybody listen to him.
Hold on. If you don't want to take your opportunity, I can take it for you. So it's nobody's undercutting you. Everybody's doing what they got to do. No,
everybody please listen to this.
Okay? You have to know that.
Africa, you hear this, Africa, right?
It's a thing that's going on now. That a lot of people, listen, a lot of people, they're going to China and doing big business and bringing back stuff.
I'm not Chinese. I don't care about China.
You know why, Africa? They're taking the best opportunities to build what they got to build and bring it back here in America is expensive. Everybody's going to take the opportunity to do what they got. Nobody going to sit down there and say, oh, well, I'm not a day and I'm not. Let me give them 4 more 100 years. Do what you got to do. Nobody's stopping you.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody is stopping you.
Africa, you hear this, right? You hear this, Africa?
Nobody's stopping you.
You don't even hear how you sound. You don't even hear how you sound, bro. You don't understand that your rhetoric is what creates more FBAs. You don't even see how you sound.
It don't matter how I sound because it don't matter what you say. You guys are still gonna say what you gotta say. So it doesn't matter.
You
gotta do what you gotta do.
I think we need to find
You're not gonna go England. You're in England, right? And you're not gonna say, "Oh, I'm gonna just sit right here and be a bum on the street because Black Britain has been here before me, and let me give them the chance."
Nobody said none of that.
No, that's what you. No, that's basically what you're saying. People should.
I've never said that.
No one said that.
That's exactly what
I never said that. I've never said that.
No, that's exactly what you said.
I've never said that.
Because
I've never said that.
People coming here and getting.
Hey, let the young lady speak, please.
Yeah, is it Quincy? I want to thank you for sharing some good insight into the problem of the FBA, into the problems we're experiencing as FBA, and that is quite frankly our fault. And that is, we failed to update the language to the modern times in terms of what constitutes an American Black. We can't blame that on the immigrants. That truly is our fault. And that's an excellent point. Now, I wanted to address the thing about funding and allocation of resources. The 2030 census disaggregates race according to different ethnicities. Starting in 2030, we're going to see a difference because we're going to actually document what is going on the ground by ethnicity, by people who are considered foundational Black Americans, Caribbeans, whether they're Haitian. We're going to look at Africans. So, so that we will begin to see a change. That is coming because of the 2030 census. And typically, not always, governments, educational institutions, nonprofits, they follow those racial category forms, which now will include ethnic categories instead of just a flat race, such as white, Black, Asian, and Latino, Hispanic. So that is coming, and so we will begin to see some changes. And Quincy, I think you're right. We are Black immigrants. They are going to notice that there will be differences in how they're funded. So that's all. I want.
Oh, thank you. I think I'm the one that said about the. But anyway, So look, Quincy, there's different things. I think the problem is sometimes when you're making the case, you mix things up in terms of the identification of, and the classification of the group, so-called African American, and the resources shared. So when you mix those two things together, it come across to the African migrant like you're a bad person. You don't want to share those resources because they're migrants. You don't want them to be part of, part of the the plates, that you're sharing, the food that you're eating. But you understand, that's how we come across to most Africans or Caribbeans. And I think it's the wrong way to go. Okay, sorry, it's the wrong way to go about it. If you were to actually break it down, and majority of the FBA also, or the Black American, if they were to just break it down and ignore the resources shared, because everybody is going to share the taxpayer resources, regardless if they're Black African, they're Korean, they whatever. As long as they come to America, they're migrant, they're taxpayer, they're working, that will happen. But one thing I advise you guys to emphasize on is the ethnicity side of it, because you're a different ethnic group. Us Africans, we cannot pretend not to know that, because Africans are the most tribalistic form of people. That's the reason why Africa is so backwards.
But you heard the guy earlier when he was like, "Well, I'm Black too."
No. Let me make my point, okay? Because I had what you had to say. So if you emphasize it on that, I think you're gonna win a lot of mind. To be honest, you don't need to win mind. What you need to do is work on it straight away. I think you guys need to really work on this because it's something it's a loophole I can see the U.S. government might even use against you guys if you don't get this thing legalized straight away. Because in the UK, there's a law that they passed. Even if you're born here, in the future, they can in fact remove you from this country, as a non we have political party that's actually springing with that called what they call remigration. Okay, if you're non-Caucasian white, they might even remove you from the UK in the future if these parties come to power. In fact, until recently, one of them was leading the polls. So if there was an election about a few months ago, they would have won the election with 20 seats. There was 20 points leading the polls in the UK. Can you imagine that? Okay, so you need to legalize your ethnicity straight away, differentiate you from the African migrant who came there or the Caribbean migrant who came there. But stay away from fighting over resources because that is a red herring. Okay, you should stay away from.
So me and you are usually in agreement, but I don't think it's a red herring to say, hey, we fought blood, sweat, and tears for our seat at the table, and we haven't even had it for one generation, and now you got people coming over here from they leave all black countries to come over to America and compete with us for our seat. I mean, it's I wouldn't do that to somebody else. If I saw you fight for your life to obtain something, I wouldn't wait for you to get it and then say, "Scoot over, let me get some." Like some about so I don't know. I don't think that's a red herring. And the part about the Africans' response to it, I think I probably said this on here before, man. Like that's our fault too. That's Black Americans' fault. I gave the I gave the example. The example is, hey, you got a cousin.
So you can't blame the African migrants. They can't blame the African migrants.
Well, I said that they are entitled, but their entitlement is our fault. It's Black Americans' fault, right? So let me just get a quick example. You got a cousin who moves into your house, right? You never have an upfront conversation about the rules and regulations of anything that goes on in your room. Your cousin could come and go in your room. He can pick your clothes up, play your video games, watch a TV. He could do whatever he want to do, and you never said anything at all, right? Until one day you look up and your cousin went in your closet and he got on your favorite outfit, right? Now, and then once you try to say, "Hold on, man, like what are you doing?" Right? Your cousin's gonna be offended because he's like, "Well, I've been doing this. I've been had access to all of this. You never said nothing before." You know what I mean? They're gonna be entitled because you never made these rules up before. Now you're trying to make these rules after the fact when I've been doing this for decades. Come in your closet, come and go as I please. I could do whatever I want to do when I want to do it. You never said nothing before because we was all black. We was all cousins, right? And now that you're trying to make rules, it's offensive. It's offensive that you're trying to make rules, but that, like I said, that's on us. We should have established that up front, and we didn't. So now that we're trying to set some ethnic boundaries and trying to backtrack and just restructure this, it is offensive to Africans because they have had carte blanche, just free access to Black American culture. They could come in, they could be authors in our magazines, they could jump on TV and speak for Black Americans and political shows.
It's not going to change.
They can do Africans and Caribbeans.
They're going to be all over.
Please don't call. Please, I'm almost finished. Africans and Caribbeans.
It's not going to change.
Hey,
I'm telling you.
No. It will change. It will change because we are more and more telling people you don't speak for us. Joy Reid, we telling people all the time she don't speak for us. She don't speak for. We telling people all the time. Shoot, Barack Obama is a half white, half Kenyan man.
Yes.
You know what I mean? He don't speak for us. And the thing is, you don't want it to change. You don't want it to change. You still want free access to our culture and to come and go as you please. And you don't like us making rules. Because if we make rules, you're asked out. You don't want it to change. You want to pillage our culture as you please, and you don't want it to change. You don't want it to change, and you're scared. You are scared of it changing because if it changes, it affects you. It affects your people.
Nothing's gonna change.
No, you don't want it. You don't want it to change. Okay. And once again, audience, please listen to this. This is what we're supposed to unify with.
Caribbean, and
This is what we're supposed to unify with.
Let Babaliko say something.
If it change, it's going to change. So what? It's still going to people travel all the time. It's still going to have people. It's still people going to be here making trust. Still people going to be. So it's just something that you're fighting a losing battle.
No, you want it to be a losing battle. You want it to be a losing battle.
All right, let it be a winning battle then. I guess that's what you want to hear. Let it be a winning battle.
You want us to lose this battle. Everybody listen, he wants us to lose this battle. This is what we're supposed to unify with.
It's losing because it don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. When you're saying don't make any sense.
You went to college, right? You went to college, but it don't make sense.
It don't make any sense because
it don't make sense because it benefits you to not make sense.
It's the Black Caribbean, Black American, Black African. It's still black. It's the same thing.
No. Everybody.
We're the same people when it comes to race.
But that's what I'm saying. Even though
it benefits you.
Let me say you change the sentence. You put Black American, Black Caribbean. Let me say you change it, right? Let me say they change and they put.
Hey, you don't want it to change because it benefits you.
Hold on.
You don't want it to change.
Let me say they change it, right? Let me say they change it. It's still Black Caribbean. It's still Black American. It's still Black thing. What's gonna change? That's what I'm saying. It's still.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna change.
No. It's gonna change. I mean, I'll tell you. I'm not from the US, but I can tell you what's gonna change. Well, what's going to change is there are a lot of things that are going to change, put it this way, and it's not going to be good for certain group. And I can see why they're worried about it. Quincy is quite correct on that. Okay, because I know one of my cousins. Listen, one of my cousins used to work for the department. You know what you call the state, like the department that issue documents and allow you to stay in this country. And you know they've got the list of somebody to mute. Yeah, there's a lot of things gonna change. I can see why I can see why some people are worried about it. Also, I'm getting a bad feedback.
You know,
that's why they're kicking and screaming.
Africa, Trump.
You seen it firsthand. You seen it firsthand with him.
Trump did a thing where to ban citizenship. Like if you're born here, like you're not gonna. You know, he tried to cut that, and they shut that down, right? Trump tried to do
I know that
I'd like to comment on that, and then I'm gonna have to go.
Yeah, I gotta go too, but go ahead.
I want to ask you the young lady a question before you hang up. Once you get done, ma'am.
Yeah, about the birthright citizenship. Unfortunately, the immigration advocates are misleading the immigration community about the Barbara Supreme Court decision. Birthright citizenship, it was upheld by a whisper. Do you know the true accurate vote? It was not a 6-3 majority. It was a 5-3-1 Supreme Court count. You had the 5 justices, the 3 liberal justices appointed by the Democrats, Ketanji Jackson Brown, Elena Kagan, Sotomayor, and then the 2 Republican Supreme Court justices, John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett. And then you have the 3 conservatives, Clarence Thomas, I believe he's foundational Black American. That's his name.
Yeah, he is.
And then you had Neil Gorsuch and Samuel Alito. And then you had not Gorsuch, but Kavanaugh. Those were the 3 conservative. Neil Gorsuch, he gave what the constitutional scholars stated was a dicta. He was not answering the legal question. I guess that's what a dicta is. I'm not a scholar on it, but anyway, he showed his hand, even though he was counted upholding birthright citizenship. He informed the Republican elected leadership what they need to do to overturn it. And what he suggested was that they pass a law that focused on appropriate domicile. And that is the reason why the children of undocumented parents should not be granted citizenship is because the parents do not have a permanent domicile. And basically, he was, it was a wink and a nod and said, if you all do this and pass the legislation, I will pass it. Now, of course, so Congress is working on that right now. So within 1 or 2 years, it's going to be returned. It's going to be contested, appealed all the way back up to the Supreme Court. And depending on how it's written, they know they have one of the conservatives. Well, no, they know they have 3 solid conservative votes. And then Neil Gorsuch said, you do that, I will side with the other 3 conservatives. Then that means you only have to flip either Chief Justice John Roberts or Amy Coney Barrett. And I think Amy Coney Barrett, she is under a lot of political pressure because of her votes. I think she's going to be the one that flips. If she flips, John Roberts on the court, he has a habit of voting with the majority and writing the majority decision. So I just want to share with the immigrant community that this was a hollow victory and it's temporary. And so this is not done with, not at all. Birthright citizenship, it is on the line. And Quincy, what you want? And then I've got
Can I ask you a question, Mark?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you in favor of the birthright citizenship being withdrawn from immigrants?
If they are here legally,
and if so, why?
Legal status.
It's undocumented citizen.
Undocumented, no, because people are defrauding the system. Okay.
Yep. They got whole birth. Y'all ever heard of birth tourism?
Yeah, sorry. I just So you are more for a hard line. You are more for any political party that would take a hard line on immigration. Is that correct?
This isn't a hard line about immigration.
No.
It's about being
but
fair. Do you know I have students who one of my students, he was actually he was an Indian student. And and he was sharing with me and he said, Professor, I'm going to be absent on these 2 days. And I said, oh, okay, that's fine. And he said, my family and I, we are really excited because my sister, she was approved to, and I can't recall what the sister's status was, but anyway, the family had been petitioning the State Department to allow their sister to come. And after 10 years, it was approved. There are people who are doing it the right way. They're spending money and they're waiting a long, long time. It's not fair to those people who do it the right way for someone to come in and jump the border and, and get to stay here. It's just not fair.
So I'm going hold on.
He's talking about. A lot of people come here.
One second. So you will be happy for an Indian migrant that will come here legally, to the US in your community.
Any migrant to come legally, not just
than the African migrants that will come to, for example,
if it's an African migrant and they come legally, I welcome them. This has nothing to do with race. This is about legal immigration.
Yeah, but you can't come here illegally. You can't come to America illegally and go to college. That don't make that can't happen.
Oh, go to California. Yes, you can. You can in California
illegally with no papers,
yes,
and go to college.
Yes, in California, yes.
I never heard of that.
Okay, look up California, please.
If that is happening, that I don't know. That is
crazy.
To
me, I think when it comes to immigration, I think some people sound a little bit naive to me because I am hearing look, the worst immigrant this country in the UK, we had the migration that we had over here, this is what they used to say to us. Oh, we don't mind them coming illegally as long as they come legally. We don't want those that are coming here illegally. But then the people that are coming to the UK illegally are the minority of the minority, only 3%. They don't even affect your community. And the
Yeah,
people
but
that are coming here
that's the
legally,
UK.
wait,
In America, is different than America, bro.
No, Kamala,
no, that's
Kamala
not
did
true.
let a
That's not true.
Kamala and
That's
Biden
not
did let a whole bunch of them in. That's true.
wait. Bawaliku, man, wait. That's not true. The people that are coming
Oh, in
to
America,
America,
it is true.
in America, okay, the people that are coming to America to the West illegally are the biggest, are the smallest. Those are coming illegally through like a work visa or sponsorship are the minority, are the majority. Trust me.
No, no,
So
no,
what
no,
happened is,
no. I'm not. I'm not saying that if you go illegal versus legal
I
immigrants,
think I should.
that
I think you should let
is the
me.
majority.
I forgot my point. Yeah. You interrupted me. I forgot my
I'm
point.
sorry.
Sorry, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. My
So
bad. Sorry.
that's right. So what happened is we had Indian politicians who they're the one that started all this scapegoating illegal immigrants. Okay, they're like, oh, they're coming through the boats, the cautionary channels. They was in power for how many years? They never done anything. But what they was doing is they was distracting.
Please excuse me for interrupting.
Well,
I gotta sign out. I have to go pick up a family member and give them
no
a
problem. No problem.
Much love.
Okay.
Much love.
Okay.
Thanks. Bye bye.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you. Bye. So what happened? This is not just the UK. This is a global issue. All the right wing politicians, they've been using illegal immigration to get legal migration up. They're distracting you. They're having their hand in the cookie jar and they're pointing the other side. Anyone that think is just the UK, they actually should be hanging in their head in shame, and they don't know exactly what's going on. And because the thing is, the politicians on the right are the most pro-migrants than any other politician. They actually want more migration because they want cheap labor. They believe in low tax. They believe in cheap labor. Check all the red states in America and the conservative local areas in the UK. This is exactly how they operate. But they will pretend to be anti-immigrants. Okay.
Exactly.
But really, yeah. So what happened is, like the lady that just spoke. Sorry to say that, Ma. If you listen to this, this is the problem we have in the community. So what they did is they let so many Indians come in this country legally because the politicians were Indian politicians. So they were letting their people in, but then they were stopping other people of color to come in illegally because that's the only channel. They stop all the other channel of them coming illegally. So the African Americans, by advocating that, the American government is not going to give people in Africa visa to come to the US, they will not do it. The reason why they actually against illegal immigration is because that's the only channel Africans are getting through the US. So what they would do, they will actually allow the Indians to come in. And when those Indians come in, these are the ones that would really take your community and your jobs. I'm telling you.
Hold
And
on,
those
hold on.
yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
look.
God.
No. I just
Okay.
want to. I'm co-signing you. I'm co-signing
Okay.
you. I'm
Okay.
co-signing you. I was let go a couple years ago.
Mhm.
I'm in
Mhm.
IT. Indians flood IT, flooded with the
Yeah.
H-1B visas. I was in
Yeah.
IT. No, I'm sorry. I'm in IT, and I was let go because they brought in a bunch of Indians. So I'm 100. So you preaching to the choir as far as that
Thank
goes.
you. Thank you.
Preaching to the choir.
I studied. Thank you. And what they would do is a lot of them will come on student visa, but in the student visa they allow them to bring like their mom, their dad,
Mm-hmm.
their sisters, their nieces, at the same time. What kind of student is that?
Well, the Spanish does that too.
Yeah,
Well,
but
see, with America,
that's the point.
with
That's the point.
America,
That's the point. Wait. That's the point. But at the same time, while you guys are backing on the Africans, listen. When it comes to when it comes to delineating in terms of ethnic group in America and make Black American as a different ethnic group to make sure that it's well documented, that is something you shouldn't be taking for granted. That I advise all African Americans to lobby the Black caucuses everywhere to make sure that is stamped, legalized, is noted on every single form that you fill to separate your ethnic group to other Africans descendants, whether they are Caribbean or African. I 100% with you on that. No,
but
there is no way Anybody that's against that, anybody that is against that, I think they're enemies of Black Americans, because you cannot let these people have, suffer for 400 years,
Preach.
and help do all this, being part of this system, yeah, who help build this nation and help, fight for so many freedoms that we have in the world today. You just come to America and allow the white man to use you to destroy that system and destroy them and destroy
Yeah, but
everything
the
that
white
they.
man don't use nobody to destroy them. That's not
No,
true.
but
That is true.
no,
Come
I'm
on,
not saying,
man.
No, man. Who he use? Who he use to destroy
listen to
Come
my,
black
on,
listen
Americans?
to
man.
my point. Listen,
He
listen
use
to. I'm
black
not.
people.
They
Black
would. No. See, I'm gonna love. I'm not saying
Quincy,
they would use you
would you
person. I'm
hold
not.
on, but Quincy, would you say? I want to see if you're honest now. I want to see if you're really honest now.
And I want you to be honest too. Okay.
Black Americans doesn't have a lot, because you all saying the white man user. They have a lot of Black Americans, because I know some that is go against their own Black Americans and go and deal with a white man. Some of them on YouTube and all over. I go say,
No, we're not talking about that. We are not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
No, but I'm
We're not
saying
talking about that. Listen, if
no,
you,
because he's saying like we being used
can I ask you a
against
question?
them.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Are you against Black Americans having their own identity, that legalize their identity
No,
to separate them from?
listen, man. My father is Black
No, yes
American.
or no?
My father is Black American.
Okay.
I can't think. My mother is Caribbean, but what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
the
So
problem is,
you are.
and
So
he never.
you're a native. Because your father is Black American. So
Yeah,
that
but
means
he don't think.
you and Quincy are in the same ethnic group. Okay. So
I
can you imagine?
couldn't
Right?
tell. I couldn't tell. Not the way he was acting. I thought he was African for real.
No, because my father
No,
don't
it's
talk like.
Caribbean.
No,
It's
I'm
Caribbean.
Caribbean. My mother is
It's Black
Caribbean. I
American.
grew up in the Caribbean, but my father is American. But
So you're
but
Black
I don't.
American then.
Yeah, but I don't. My stepfather don't talk like that. He don't talk like what they're talking about. He don't talk like that. You know what I'm saying?
All right,
Yeah.
hey, look. Let me ask you a question. You say you want me to be honest, right? So let me ask you a question. And this is me trying to. I'm attempting a different approach to this, right? So my guy. So you don't see. Do you understand that white America has never given Black Americans our just due?
Facts.
Okay. So do you also understand that we did fight, and anybody who's not white in this country, they're here living the way that they live comfortably because of the fight that Black Americans did.
Okay, Fox.
Okay. All right. And do you also understand that Black Americans, as I mentioned before, we kind of had an all Black approach, and our language wasn't specific. We just kind of said all Black. We didn't specify it. So that left the doors open for Africans and Caribbeans to kind of come in and take advantage of opportunities, right?
I disagree on that one. Why I disagree on that one is, if we, like my father always said, because he's big business. He's like, he always said, Black Americans they have the most opportunities here in America.
Hold on, is your dad Black American or your mom?
My dad.
Okay, exactly. All right. And where you from? Where you from? If you don't mind me asking.
I was born in Trinidad.
No, your dad.
I can tell by his accent.
South Carolina. He from North. He from deep South Carolina. I grew up in Trinidad, but I come up here with him now. I'm here with him.
Okay. They ain't too far from me, because I'm East Georgia, so I ain't too far from South Carolina. Damn near the border. Okay. Real talk.
Yeah. Shout out to South Carolina. But yeah, what he's saying is we have the he don't cry, because he said we have the Black Americans have the opportunity to do what they had to do. So if Caribbeans or Africans come here and take advantage of it, or become doctors and nurses, whatever they do, that is not supposed to be on them, like saying we give opportunity. They do what they have to do. They can also do what they have to do. And that's what he see it as, like Black Americans can always go to school and do what they have to do as well. So it's not putting the blame on the others. If anybody put the blame on is those Polish and Ukrainians and the Indians and them Spanish coming here, those he talks about, really, majority of. But he said we have the opportunity to do it here, and I mean I agree with him. But the same thing when you're saying you did pave the way, that is true. But just like I don't know if you ever been outside the country. I've ever been outside the country, like I've been to Ghana and South Africa and certain places. Like if you go some places, they will have the same problem. They will say the same thing like what you saying. They will say, "Oh, this person come and they are making money or whatever," but in that country, but they can do it too. Just like with the South Africans are going crazy, but they can do it too, but they're not doing it. That's why today.
That's what CD was saying about my ethnic group in Liberia. Because they're making a lot of money, they get a lot of hate and stuff like that. So you're gonna get that. But what the difference between the difference here, you know, I think the way some African Americans are making their case and not helping it because they're mixing the identity issue to the economical issue, you know, where they.
But it's always economic, man. It's always economic, especially in America. It is in America.
Okay, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't
but it
be.
is. It is in America.
Okay. No,
yes,
okay.
yes, it is here. It is. I have a point, but you have a point. But
I'm gonna log off now. But the only thing I got to say to you guys, because it's like 3 in the morning in the UK. Actually, it's nearly 4. God, I gotta go. But so what I'm saying is, you know, we need to separate between the identification of the ethnic group called Black Americans to the identification of those African migrants in the US. If that's not been identified, if you're African American, your ethnic group is not been identified separately to the African migrant, is a very dangerous precedent. And
Africa and
Black American. Let me finish before I go. No, wait.
Don't go. I want to ask you a question before you go. Go ahead. I want to ask you a question before you go. Go ahead.
Yeah. If the Black Americans don't try and get the ethnic group identified differently on the form that you're feeling, saying we are Black Americans of African descent, but the other group are Black Caribbean of America national or African of American national. If those things are not separated in that piece of paper, in the long run, I think it's gonna be it's not gonna be good. And I think all Africans and all Africans and all Caribbeans should support Black Americans in this, you know, fights to separate their ethnicity, you know, based on separate the ethnicity. They should be separated. They should be a separated group, not as a group of people, or as an ethnicity in the United States of America.
But what a mixed race going to put Quincy and Africa? This is a question. What a mixed race? Like your father is American, your mother is Caribbean, or your mother is African, your father is American. How is that? What would you put down on that? That's why I say it would be confusing.
There should be additional all this added in the census and the documentation. You know, all this to identify as a person. This should be made. They should make it clear on the system to show your father is Black American, your mother is African, so they could decide what to do with you in case of certain things happening. Because I am seeing a lot of things coming to there's a lot of things coming in the next few years. You know, in the days that we're living in, is something that African Americans really need to fight hard and they solve this problem. But also they should stop going after Africans, man. You know, please stop. African migrant community are not taking resources in any form because they don't even make 1% of the population, and these people don't go there.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
Africa, man. I thought I laid it out, man. I thought I laid it out real nice.
But I am not. Listen.
I thought I laid it out real nice.
The African migrants will only help. They will not take from you. Trust me. In the long run, and the Caribbean,
they are taking, bro.
The African migrant, the African migrant and the Caribbean, in the long run, they will be add-on value to your community.
Dude, we talking about 60 years. We in the long run. We in the long run.
My father said, what to Quincy, my father is saying, what are they taking?
You should work with them. You shouldn't be against them. And if they are taking any resources from you, you know, it's your brothers. You should learn how to share and work together and make it work for you all. Okay? And that's my take. because those African kids
Nah,
went and born, the African kids who are born, or the Caribbean kids who were born there one day of West African descent, this nothing. Listen, things one day might change. You haven't had a West African descent of a president in America. One thing I find really shocking, is that most of the politicians in America, black politicians, are from East Africa. That is really shocking. That shows they are
No,
keeping
that
it
ain't
away
true.
from West Africa.
That ain't true. That
Okay,
ain't true.
Yeah,
okay,
that's not true. It's not true.
okay, that's what I heard on this platform. So someone that said they're wrong.
No,
So yeah, so basically, African American and Black Americans are the same to me, and the African migrant and the
I agree.
Caribbean migrants, and the African migrants who went there, it's only little percentage. Please, I plead to African Americans or FBA, work with them. Don't see them as, if you
Yeah,
go to
but
Africa, they'll break
not
bread with
how.
you. If they come to America, break bread with them. That's all I gotta say.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Please don't hang up right now. Give me 30
Okay.
seconds. You
Okay.
heard how my guy been talking all night. It's a dog eat dog world, and they're going to take advantage of
No, forget about
loopholes.
that. People
Okay,
just
but no,
say
no, no,
stuff
no,
based on
no, no,
emotion.
no, no. But we can't forget about that because that's what's been happening, and that's what's been making us take a L, right? But ultimately, what I'm saying is, I know y'all know O'Shea Duke Jackson. That's Dinah's homeboy, right?
Yeah, in
And
Uganda.
and you're right. And he got a great it was a podcast. I can't remember the episode, but he was talking to somebody, but he was speaking as a Black American in Uganda, right? And he was saying that as an immigrant to Uganda, and he was speaking about I'm paraphrasing. I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing, but he was speaking about how as an immigrant to their country, how it is and how you have a short leash for messing up. And the biggest thing is for the native population. What are you doing for the native population, right? If your presence is just you take, but the native population don't really feel like you're giving anything back, that native population that you immigrated to will feel some type of way. They'll feel like it's only a one way transaction in this thing. It's not a trade off. And Black Americans are feeling like it's not a trade off. Caribbeans and Africans are getting a lot from Black Americans when it comes to America.
So
There's not a trade off. Let me finish. So I'm just saying I can't remember which podcast it was, but O'Shea, he gave a lot of knowledge about what it is to be a Black immigrant to a Black country and your responsibility as a Black immigrant to that Black country, right? And we never hear what we always hear about what the native population is supposed to do for the people who coming in, right? We supposed to be open. We supposed to be, let you in and what we supposed to do all of this, but we never speak about, well, what is the immigrant population? What's your responsibility to the natives? If I move to Trinidad, my guy from Trinidad, I got partners from Trinidad. If I move to Trinidad, what's my responsibility to Trinidadians as a Black American when I move there, right? And it can't be I'm gonna take and get what I can get, and the hell with y'all if you get mad about it. I owe y'all something. I'm coming to your country. I owe you something. I gotta abide by your rules. I gotta make sure I'm not disrupting what's going on in your country. And I think
Okay.
that's not spoken enough. That's the part that's not spoken enough. And I just say that O'Shea Duke Jackson, he had it on. It was a King Ganda episode with I think like 3 or 4 people. But he spoke about it greatly about So, but I know you got to ride, man.
Okay.
But Quincy,
Okay, no problem. My I'm gonna go now, but my
I
advice
gotta go
is
through. But Quincy, remember, Uganda is all Black. That's all Black. It's run by a military ruler. He been there for years, right?
I know. I said it. Hey, look, Africa, man. Hey, you my dog, man. We done talked a couple times. You my dog.
It's different here.
Yeah, man. Always, man.
Whites,
I love Babaliko, Quincy.
Take it easy.
Dennis.
Hey, Babaliko, stay on for a quick second. Hey, Babaliko, stay on for a quick second. All right, Africa. Babaliko.
Yo.
All right, it's me and you, baby. I'm joking. We ain't about to beef. Look, man, for real.
I'm not. I'm just saying. I got family. My mom is from the island, so the come there. She back down there. She Trinidad right now. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm in between because I'm both. I can't.
I know, but you in America. But you in America though.
Yeah. But I grew up down there. I grew up there. That's why I got to ask. I grew up there for years. My father decided to send me there to grow up there. He says it's better for me to grow up there and then come back here.
But see, the thing is, but even with that, what part of the South? You say your dad from South Carolina?
Yes, from South Carolina.
Even with that, man. Like I said, I'm from East Georgia, so I ain't that far from South Carolina. Dude, it's black ass places that he could have sent you to grow. I mean, with his family back in South Carolina. Now, if he said, I mean, hey, that's your pops. Respect to your pops, and that's what you felt that was best for you. Then cool, you know what I mean. But I mean, it's just a. I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm Black American on both sides, on all sides, going up. Great grandparents, all of that, right? And I'm telling you, man. And please, I done say this on Dinah's channel. I done said this on Dinah's channel multiple times. I don't know if y'all realize that y'all are creating more FBAs with your rhetoric. Y'all are creating more FBAs, and I'm coming to you from like not a pleading, not a begging standpoint, but it's more like a look. I'm trying to get you to understand how FBAs view it and the response that we get when we explain it, right? And when we explain it, and we get what we get from everybody who was on tonight. Everybody was gaslighting, acting like what I said wasn't true about Ivy League schools. They was acting like, oh, it is what it is. Where if the white man leave a loophole, I'm gonna take advantage of the loophole. I mean, like that creates more FBAs, and I don't know if y'all see it. Like y'all so mad at FBAs for going hard, but y'all don't see how y'all like throwing gas on the flames with your rhetoric. You know what I mean? And I've said it. My last thing, man. I've said this multiple times. You know, I crazy as it sounds, I still fuck with Africans. I still love Africans. No, I don't know about love. I still feel African. I'm still with them.
I love my Black Americans. I love Caribbeans. I love Africans.
Yeah, I still feel them. Most of Caribbean. Caribbeans, I rock with Caribbeans, but Africans, I don't know. But I'm just saying, man, I don't know if y'all realize, like, look, man, like people like me, I'm coming to Dinah's channel to speak on it and to try to bridge the gap. And when I try to bridge the gap, and I'm trying to give y'all examples of what's going on, I'm getting attacked, I'm getting clowned, I'm getting laughed at, and I'm like, okay, well, what are Black Americans supposed to do? Because if we get clowned and laughed at when we try to tell y'all what's going on, at some point, you know what Black Americans gonna say, and it won't take long for them to say it. They gonna say F it, and they gonna go full FBA, and the hell with everything because we tried, and they was laughing and they was gaslighting us, acting like what we were saying wasn't true, acting like what we seeing with our own two eyes, acting like it ain't true. And I'm telling you, man, it just grows the movement.
Well, what exactly do you want them to do? Like, if the Caribbean come here and they go to school and thing, like you're saying, they're taking up, so they go to school. Like, what do you want them to do here? To come here and do nothing? Like, I don't get.
No, that's the thing though. That's the thing. I never said y'all shouldn't come to America and thrive. You never. If you play this back,
you come off. What you saying is how you come. Maybe we getting our talking points a little mix up here and
hey guys, let me we can always do a part two. Let me read these super chats and we gotta close out.
Okay.
JC,
where you been, Dennis? Where you been, Dennis?
I've been around. FBA athletes occupy 75% and 56% of the NBA and NFL respectively. There's no complaints there. Are there hitting the books is boring, ain't it? Moose Room 3368. Thank you for the holla. Do Black Americans know that the US taken from Africa? All right. Hey, guys, buy my documentary, please. Everyone, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too.
Where?
Go to docu. Hold on, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I'm gonna
put a link. I'm gonna screenshot it. You go down there.
Documentary.
Dennis, I'm gonna do it right now. So as soon as you put it, I'm gonna do it, man. I said my word, so I'm gonna do it.
All right, put it up right now. All right, so it's right there. Documentary.searchforhuru.com.
All right, cool.
All right, so everybody who is watching this right now, please go and support and stream the documentary. Have a movie night with your family, with your girl, with with your mans, with your children. Documentary.searchforhuru.com. Watch the documentary. I need everybody who's watching this to go. Please support and stream the documentary.
I'm doing it right now, Dinas. I'm doing it right now.
Appreciate it.
All right. You go see it.
Okay. So everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family, Dinas, Mirror Search for Huru. Peace.
Peace.